You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. In Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our midnight program, Healing After the Watchtower. Linda James, your favorite apostate babe. She's coming on tonight, and she'll be burning the midnight oil here on the Six Screens. So, if you can't sleep and you're pacing the floors, come in and listen to Linda. She'd love to talk to you. She always does a great job and talking to everyone that calls in from all over the world on her program. So hello, Linda, you there with us?
I am. Hello. How's it going?
Well, I'll tell you what, Linda, I'm in a good mood tonight. I've seen something happened. The dynamics are changing here at the Six Screens. It's exploding. It is exploding. It's like, what is going on here? So many people, Linda, have been coming in. I don't know if it's YouTube or whether it's some of the graphics I'm putting up on Facebook and introducing people to the program. I'm not sure what's going on, but whatever it is, it's good.
It is. Yes, it is.
So anyways, anything on the agenda that you're going to be speaking about tonight?
I think I'm going to talk a little bit about mind control, and then I'm going to open things up for people to join in.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. I mean, the mind control, we were talking about that a little earlier. And of course, there's people that doesn't exist. But I'm going to be looking forward to it. So I'll be here. If you need me, I'm here. So I'm going to kind of duck out of the scene here, but I'll be listening in. Thank you, Linda.
Sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, and it is November, I believe, 12th, 2022. And I am your favorite apostate. So if I keep repeating it, I'm actually brainwashing you. But I am doing it in a good way because I'm letting you know I'm brainwashing you. So I'm actually being, what is the word? Ethical. Because whenever you learn something and it gets repeated and repeated and repeated, that's a way for you to memorize things. That is actually part of mind control and brainwashing. So I wanted to get into a little bit of mind control. And the word mind control, they started using that term instead of brainwashing. Brainwashing was a term used when Robert J. Lipton, Margaret Singer, Jolly West were interviewing people that were prisoners of war of the Korean War. Okay, so the definition of brainwashing is picture a chalkboard that has a bunch of information on it, and you literally take an eraser and erase all of it. That's how that would come out, brainwashing. You just get rid of everything that you showed up with and replace it with something else. So that gets done over time. That's what happened with the prisoners of war. Brainwashing got a kind of a bad name. They don't like to use brainwashing. So they've come up with terms such as mind control, undue influence, different terms like that to describe others taking part in affecting the way you would change your mind and thinking, okay? And mind control would be, rather than voluntarily accepting something that you would choose to change your mind in, somebody else is actually doing things to manipulate you, to get you. These are techniques and tactics used to get you to think in a different manner. So that's not, so it's an intrusion from the outside that affects you, okay? Rather than you yourself maybe doing some research, listening to friends, talking to somebody else and say, I've been thinking about this. What are your thoughts? And then coming to your own conclusion. That's you thinking for yourself. People change their minds all the time, think differently, act differently because you think differently. So when someone joins the service, they know ahead of time that they get broken down mentally and physically, and then will be built up in a manner to where they can be used as soldiers. Okay? They know that they're signing up for that. How it's going to happen, they don't quite know until they go through it, right? When someone gets recruited into a system of high control that's destructive, that's toxic, and they didn't let you know that, this kind of deception, without you giving your permission, is what we're talking about regarding mind control or brainwashing. So the techniques that are used to get somebody to think in a different manner, what happens is if you think in a different manner, you actually will behave in a different manner. That's the point. Mind control so that you will behave in a certain manner. And when a cult or a high control, high demand group uses these tactics on you to get you to behave in a certain way, it's usually done in a manner of benefiting the leadership of that group. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, there's Robert J. Lipton has eight criteria to totalism, and that has to do with the totalitarian group. Then there's Stephen Hassan, who was once a member of the Moonies. He got recruited and wasn't told he was being recruited. Of course, it doesn't work that way, right? So he was deceptively recruited into the Moonies, and fear induction, fear indoctrination was used on him right away. Right away. They showed him The Exorcist, and right away, Mr. Moon came out and said, this is what's going to happen to you if you don't, whatever, whatever, whatever. Okay? So he just got the bejeebies scared out of him, right? He's a young man, just in college, right? There's a group of people that he's with. They're all believing it too. So there's a few different things that go on that makes this cocktail to where people behave in the manner that the leadership of the group wants you to behave in. And there's nothing wrong with service when it has to do with being part of someone's needs. Let's say somebody's had a family member die. What's a very common thing, at least here in Southern California, is we're broke and there needs to be a funeral. So they have car washes or something to that effect, right? So we get the word out, we spread the word to go get your car washed because we're trying to make money to come up with a funeral for someone, okay? There's nothing wrong with, I want to be of service for that because I'm for that, okay? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that because you're choosing to be part of something that's going to benefit these people, and you want to do that. When you get involved in an organization like Mormonism or the Watchtower or even Scientology and Children of God, there's a numerous amount of groups that are considered also new religious movements. When you get involved in groups like this, the way that they get you in usually is by offering you something wonderful, okay? Usually by presenting a certain cause that you are very much for, okay? So this even involves political groups as well, like that's something you're already wanting to stand for. So it's very enticing and very seducing to join a group that shows you characteristics and destinations of something you want to be a part of, okay? But what ends up happening later, once they have your commitment, is the demand of loyalty. You give your commitment of loyalty to the leadership, to the group, to the organization. That is top notch above everything. They can call it God, okay? Let me just say this. If someone if someone or something comes into your life and claims to speak for God or say that they are God, run, okay? Just run, because that's a cult. And what I mean by a cult, the word cult is the base of culture. Okay, so they're taking you from society at large, wherever your culture is. I'm here in Southern California. My culture would probably be different than maybe what's happening in Michigan. Okay, so if they take you and have you be part of their culture, but you don't really know what you're signing up for, is that really ethical? It's not. It's not ethical. So every time I start my show and I tell you that I'm your favorite apostate, and I tell you, I admit to you that I'm trying to do this thing of brainwashing, I'm actually displaying to you that's one of the techniques: repetition, 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 which is also something you can choose to do. Let's say you're doing some homework for a test. You put some words on a cue card and the definition of these words or whatever these things are that you're trying to learn in a class. Yes, you do it. You would use repetition in a way of memorizing it. Well, a group that doesn't have your best interests in mind, yet only theirs, also uses repetition. Okay? The techniques that Steve Hassan uses, he got from Robert J. Lipton, okay? Because he agreed to speaking to a few ex-members of the Moonies. When he found himself injured in an accident while driving a van. So he had been surviving with very little sleep. So sleep deprivation, that's one of the things that is used in groups such as cults or high control, high demand groups. So he was definitely sleep deprived, right? He fell asleep and hit a truck in front of him. So he's in this, full body cast, and his dad was telling him, please talk to these men, and just listen to what they have to say. And Steve agreed to it. Now, there was a time before this that people used to think it was a good idea to literally kidnap people out of the cult group and take them and go listen to people. And they weren't in agreement with doing it. So that had to shift. And the way it ended up when Steve Hassan agreed to listen to these people, it was requested to him, he agreed. So that was ethical. Unethical is, even though it seemed like the ends justified the means, people used to literally send other people in there to kidnap their children out of a cult situation, which it was usually in a compound situation where they lived communally, bring them over to listen to these other people, talk to them for like however many days. But they weren't willing to do it. And you literally have to be willing to look at or be willing to listen to another point of view. It needs to be your choice. So that's what makes it ethical, if you choose to. Within the first 6 weeks of a Bible study with Jehovah's Witnesses, I believe that the recruits that people are studying with pretty much come to a place where they turn over their reasoning skills over to believing that what's best for them is going by what the organization says is best for them to decide. So they come into the Bible study and they have been living their life a certain way. And what they've come to find is that's not necessarily the best thing. And the Bible study conductor might place something to the effect of, what do you want to go with? The way you've been doing things or the way God decides for you to do things? I mean, look where it's gotten you so far, right? So you end up thinking, yeah, let's see, my belief system or my way of reasoning or God's ways of reasoning. And God's ways seems like a really good idea, doesn't it?
Linda, we're gonna hold on 1 second here. I just got our phone
Sure.
system go out every 6 hours, as we know. So we're gonna
No
get this
problem.
back
No
on.
problem.
So yeah, what happens is this phone system goes down every 6 hours. So it just went down, but we'll get it open up for you, and you're doing
Welcome
great
into the
tonight.
live
I
Six
really
Screens
like how you're
conference call.
explaining all of this tonight on mind
Good.
control, because
Good. I'm
people,
glad.
people really they have to come to grips with this. The Watchtower does use some form of mind control. We're trying to find out exactly what it would be. So we'll see what
Yes.
happens. Yeah, so we'll get the phone pumped back up here again. So come on, right
Thank
back
you,
on.
Rick.
Yep.
Thank you.
You will now be
And-
placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press
And thank you, YouTube audience, for being patient with me for a minute. I appreciate that.
participants in the conference. The recording has started.
The recording has started.
So there you go. So it's- we're starting
I'm
anyway.
back.
Oh yeah, you're back. But don't worry, you've been recorded right along. So no big
Okay.
deal.
So where was I? I was talking about brainwashing and whether or not it is ethical or not ethical, undue influence, whether or not it's ethical or unethical. If you decide to join something such as the service, and you know that they're going to tear you down and build you back up as they want you to be so that they can use you for a certain purpose, that's ethical, because you know that's what's going to happen to you. If somebody tells you about a group that's going to promise you paradise and you will eventually become perfect, and you think that's wonderful, and they tell you how they do not discriminate, that there's people of all different cultures within this organization, and that they all get along wonderfully, and it's a spiritual paradise even now, yet they don't let you know that eventually they're going to get rid of everything that was on that chalkboard and replace it with their way of thinking. That's unethical. That's what makes it fall under mind control, brainwashing, because you didn't agree to it. You see what I'm saying? And the techniques and tactics that are used are just that, techniques and tactics. They're not an honest form and a honest pathway of getting you to think a certain way. So Stephen Hassan uses the bite model, which he got pretty much from what he would say is his mentor, Robert J. Lipton. And the reason he says that Robert J. Lipton is his mentor is because those gentlemen that came to talk to him, when he agreed to talk to them, that used to be Moonies, they used Robert J. Lipton's book to help him understand the techniques and tactics that Mr. Moon had used when Stephen Hassan was in the Moonies. And once he realized that these tactics were used, and by the way, he was raised just an ordinary Jewish, in a Jewish religion, and he found himself under the reign of somebody that claimed to be Christian, which Mr. Moon does, and then found himself, because Robert J. Lipton did this study of prisoners of war that came back from Korea to understand what happened to them, it helped Stephen Hassan understand what happened to him when he was involved in that group, because they used the same techniques and the same tactics to get these people to behave, to think in a certain way, and therefore behave in a certain way, or to behave in a certain way, which gets you to have to make it okay in your head that the way that you are behaving is okay. So you have to make it okay in your head, as in okay with your conscience, okay with, your belief system. But when you find yourself acting in a manner that goes against your conscience, that's what stops you. That's what makes you hesitate. That's what makes you stop and pause and go, I don't think I want to do this. But if you're forced to do this, maybe it could be the group, they're all doing it, so it seems to you that So that's a peer pressure thing. That's the thing to do. It seems like that's the thing to do. You have to make it okay in your head. You have to make it okay with your conscience. So what happens there is that's the place of cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is having two opposite things that you're thinking in your head. Here's one thought, but the opposite of it is over here, and they're both in your head at the same time. That is very, very disturbing. That is not something people can live with. It's almost as though your equilibrium is off. So you need to make one of the ways okay. So if you go into a situation, your conscience says, I'm not okay with doing this certain thing, but now you're with a group of people that says, not only is it a good idea, but that's what God wants us to do. You're going to have to change your mindset from that's not okay with my conscience to something to the effect of, well, that's what God wants me to do. So I'm going to do it, and I'm going to obey, and I'm going to be loyal. So it goes against what you would ordinarily think, but you do it anyways because you believe you're getting directions from God. Okay? That group actually used deception on us to get us to believe that that's what God wants us to do. And we believed it. We believed it. We believed it when we were inside of the organization because we were taught that the elders in the congregation were placed there by Holy Spirit. We were taught that the literature that we have and that we read is literally spiritual food from Jehovah himself. And that when our Bible studies started, one of the first things they'll mention is God has always used someone to speak to his people, right? He used Moses back in the day. And he's always used some form of a person or thing on earth to speak to his people. By the way, today he uses the governing body, or he uses this organization. So once we are at a place where we believe that that is the case, that God has chose this organization, which I'm going to kind of skip that whole 1914, 1919 thing and go past that, because that's a big bump that'll take a while. If we're already at the place of believing that God is using this organization, then whatever the literature says to use, we believe that's coming from Jehovah God himself. And since the elders might direct us in a certain way, we believe that Holy Spirit actually put these elders in these positions of leadership over us to lead us properly and to protect us. So yes, we will do what they say, even though it goes against what our conscience says, because we know which is the better way, my way or God's way. We know that God's way is always better. So these are things that make us change our behavior to where we're doing things that we would have normally have never done. I hope I'm making sense. Does anybody want to chime in through calling and let me know with some feedback whether or not you're understanding the concept of how mind control or
Linda?
brainwashing, yes, or undue influence? Hi.
Hi, Linda. It's Mary. Hey, I really appreciate your content tonight. So something that you said made me think about the book, The Reasoning of the Scriptures. So
Yes.
they have that book, readily available, so that when we're having that cognitive dissonance and we're having confusion with what we're thinking versus what we should be, what we should be doing or what Jehovah wants us to do, we just go to that book. And so
Yes.
right, and that's a mind control thing right there, reasoning with the scripture. So that was meant to straighten out that cognitive, dissonance and make us veer towards their thought process. And one more thing I thought about based on what you are talking about, which is really really great tonight. Thank you so much. Is that I was in a hall where and very close to the presiding overseer's wife and all of the pioneers. Although I was never a pioneer, I would hang out with them, but I was always lesser than.
Mm-hmm. And they made sure you knew that, didn't they? To let you know you were lesser than.
Exactly. And if you heard me before, a few weeks ago, that I literally, no kidding, oh my God, was on the floor scrubbing the presiding overseer's wife's baseboards
Yeah.
for the pioneer party. And then as soon as the ladies came in, the pioneers, I was to exit. But not before I was able to sniff and smell the flowers. So, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Okay, so anyways, I wanted to say is that I felt like Cinderella while I was at the hall, and I just so one of this happened all the time, and this is from the sisters that were the most protected in the congregation, if you know what I'm talking about. I know every hall is a little bit different, but in my hall there was protected sisters, and then sisters that could tell on other people, and then they would get in trouble. And they had a level of, like I said, protection. Oh yeah. It was okay for them to gossip. It was okay for them to mark people. It was okay for them to do whatever they kind of sort of wanted. And a comment that just used to strike me was, we don't have to read the Bible. We could just read the Watchtower. And many of the sisters that were revered there did not even read the Watchtower, let alone.
Oh.
And
Okay.
they seriously did not. And so part of the reason why I ended up becoming Diarrhea Mary here on the show is that I was reading the scriptures. I actually was going, I was exhausted going to all the meetings, but I would read before and after. And I would just kind of like be befuddled. It's like, well, even their own translation would say, like the Bereans were better than the Thessalonians to read and make sure that what they were hearing was true. And that was still in the New World Translation at that time. I don't know if they've taken that out. You know what I mean?
Right. Sometimes they do. So I understand.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this is that, and I wasn't born into it. So I knew about Christ sort of, kind of. And, but yeah, these sisters would actually brag about the fact that they did not have to read the Bible. They could just read the Watchtower if they wanted to read the Watchtower.
Wow.
I just,
this sounds to me like, they were, whoever they thought of their position as being a position because of who they were married to, or the position like you were talking about pioneers. Those are considered those that do more service. Are you saying no?
Okay, yeah, let's,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt, but keep going, hon. Because I know you're getting to something.
Yeah, I'm kind of guarded with what I say because I'm actually in contact with these higher ups here where I live. And
yes.
I do believe that I might be instrumental in helping them come out. And so
yes.
Absolutely, I'm very guarded. Okay, so to answer.
But I want you to remember something. Let me just remind you of something. They have no spiritual jurisdiction over you. That was something we were taught, that they used to have spiritual jurisdiction over us. Today, they do not have any over you. Always remind yourself of that, okay?
Oh, no. Thank you so much. And exactly. And if you know where I'm going with this, is that I have a gift now. And so do you. And so do many on the show, is that we can be instrumental if we can just understand that yes, we've been harmed, but if we can get up and over ourselves and think about what they're going through, is that we're in a much better position, and we are their enemy. Spiritually, we are their enemy. And so if we are to help them, because we've been helped by, this show and people helping us to, get past the pain. So I'm going to get back to answering your question. So in my hall, you are not to say these kind of things because you're supposed to read the Watchtower. You are supposed to read it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So these comments were coming from ladies that trusted me that I was going to become like one of them. And there was about 3 or 4 in the hall that had unbelievable power. Unbelievable. If they didn't like you, they could get the rest of the congregation to kind of, I don't know the word for it, kind of
motivate them to treat you negatively.
Yes.
Part of it is, I think it's called a smear campaign. In the realm of narcissism, it's called a smear campaign. Yes.
Yeah.
You are just horrible.
I played. No, it's true though, Linda. Okay, so where I was, I played into it very well because these particular sisters have money, cars. They are the they're well off, and so
Okay.
they were grooming me to be in their little pack.
Yes.
But they became extremely abusive once I got baptized. And I don't know if you've heard my story, but I studied for about 20 years, and so I know all of them very well. And they went to school with my kids, and they were. I'm deep rooted in this community. These are not just Jehovah's Witnesses that I kind of randomly and they come over. We know each other in this community. We see each other all the time. So
I'm wondering why or what motivates you to want to help them. And I'm assuming you mean help them wake up or maybe realize that the organization that they're in is not really what the organization presents itself to be. I'm wondering why you have that mentality.
Because I feel for them.
Okay.
I do. I think I know that in my heart that that they are disturbed. They are stuck, and they're abusive because they feel abused, and I can see past it. I can see past it. And it's so weird because I've hung on for 10 years, not telling them what I really want to tell them. And I don't do it just because of fear. Initially, yes, it was fear. Absolutely. But now I want to show them that because it's a small community, I want to show them that I'm all right. Do I look demonized? No, I don't. So they're staring at me, and they've been staring at me for 10 years. They've been abusing me in the community. They have been abusive. I think abusive is when you're at the post office and they look at you like you are a monster.
Yeah.
Right. Under any circumstances. I mean, you can go to the DMV and feel better treated than that. And
may I make a few suggestions to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I get that you have a heart for them, and actually I can understand why. I really can understand why. One of your gifts is that you are incredibly empathetic. You are intuitive. Everything you've told me about this group of people tells me that they fall into the narcissistic I think we all have a bit of narcissism to us, but they're like high on the chart, high on the scale of narcissism, which
Yes.
when people are high on the scale of, and I'm just a retired hairdresser. I'm not a therapist. I just, as a hairdresser, that makes me a pseudo therapist. Okay. So I'm just playing one on TV here. So,
I do know. I have friends that are hairdressers, and
okay.
absolutely, I've heard that. Yes, you are actually better than a therapist.
Okay. So take whatever I'm going to tell you. If it rings true to you, go ahead and receive it. If it just kind of goes over your head or it doesn't stick,
I'll let you know.
you don't have to keep it. Just take what you like and leave the rest. But where I'm going to go with this is this group of people that you've told me about are high on the narcissistic scale. And when people are high on the narcissistic scale, they get off and find great joy in abusing people because that gives them a sense of superiority, and people that are in that realm have a very good time doing what is called an abuse of authority, abuse of power. And what I'm hearing from you is that they, by virtue of their position of who they're married to or some of the services that they do within the congregation, they believe they have a higher standing than someone who's just an ordinary Jehovah's Witness. So they feel that they are entitled to treat you despairingly and to treat you disrespectingly. This is a toxic, I want to repeat this, a toxic environment that you've had to go through, which has given you the nickname Diarrhea Mary, because it was so upsetting to you back in the day that you had this really bad diarrhea, right? And we can laugh about it today, but this was how it affected you. The reason you have a heart for them, is because your character is very empathetic. So you're naturally an empath. And let me just tell you this.
But I have a reason for that though, because I know the real Jehovah.
Okay. And let me finish what I'm saying here. When narcissists looks at people like us that are empathetic, it's as though we're wearing a rug with a neon sign on our forehead that says, "Come screw me over because I'm just going to take it." However long you do it, I'm going to just continue to take it. Okay, that's what they see. And you know what? That's pretty much what we have to fight against to not do. Okay, so I want to encourage you to do some homework about narcissists. And I'm not telling you don't do what you're thinking of doing or whatever. I'm just giving you some how I see this.
I absolutely receive everything you said 100%. Correctamundo. And I wanted to add to it. All right.
Okay.
So, and people like you and me and other people on the show like Rick and the couple that were on here before. Okay, so we are a threat to them. So as soon as empathetic people get a grip on exactly what these narcissistic, parasitical, religious people, whatever the heck you want to call them, when you get a grip on exactly what they're about and you do not play into their tactics, you can have an effect on them. It will spin their world. And trust me, they stare at me. I mean, the presiding overseer's wife, seen me, and she, flew into the puppy store. And I'm like, where did she come from? And I haven't seen her in 2 years. And mind you, they did a great job on making me feel like a POS for many, many years. And yeah, it did wreak havoc on me. I didn't get strong overnight. But yeah, I saw it in her eyes, though. I could see it, that she has a she is a power trip, and I could see right
Yes.
through it.
Yes.
But it takes training. It takes exactly what you're talking about. It took me been listening to Rick's show off and on for routine. I mean, for over a decade now, and I'm just now getting into see the proper therapist for not just forget about the Jehovah's Witnesses. No, really, the level of narcissism in this world is disgusting, and so if us empathetic people don't get a grip on our personality and to protect ourselves, we're going to get sick, and we're going to keep getting injured by these types of people. And when we leave the Jehovah's Witness organization, we'll just go join another one that's abusive if we're not strengthening ourselves.
If we're not getting into our recovery. And what I mean by our recovery is getting from a place of learned helplessness, continuing to be the victim that we were trained to be, to a place of empowerment where we know what our boundaries are, and we know not to be, we actually say things when people treat us like crap, like we stand up for ourselves. Maybe that doesn't stop them or not, but we actually have the nerve to say, this is not okay, to treat me this way. And you know why we say it? Because today we believe it. Before we didn't even know what a boundary was, okay? I mean, most of us did not, so yeah, that.
No. Oh, and Linda too, I was going to say, if anybody's listening, when they stare at you, I'm not just talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, abusive people in general. Sometimes, like I know for me, like, why do people just stare? And
it's an intimidation tactic. It's an intimidation tactic. Yeah. Stare you down.
Yes, it exactly. But there's another component to it that I just kind of learned this last year.
Okay.
Is that, yeah, and I want to share this because this is something I had to learn the hard way through being really vocal, because I went through a period of time where I started to feel like I was becoming too vocal. And then you can really learn how people really weren't thinking what you think they were thinking. But some people will stare at people like, I want to say us, that are empathetic, is because we shine. We shine. And we exhibit light.
Sorry. I'm so sorry for laughing. I think that is true. And then my head went to someplace else, and I'm laughing at where my head went. Please go on.
Yeah, it's because we shine. When I hear certain people's voices on here, and I can name quite a few of them, your voice, even though I can't see you because I'm just talking on my phone, you are shining through my phone. When Rick talks, he shines. There's several people on this show that shine when they talk.
Yes.
And it makes my heart feel warm. I feel like I'm not alone. And then, unfortunately, and I'm sure I've been part of this as well, so kind of angry and like kind of, trying to talk fast, and I'm trying to get my point across, and I'm,
I hear the shine within you too, darling. I hear the shine within you as well. You have it going on. You really do.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And too, have you ever heard somebody be so upset on a show they still shine, even though they're angry?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
It's because they're telling the truth when they're upset and something bad has happened to them, and you could tell it's real, and you're listening, and it's still shining.
It's like a righteous anger. It's almost like this righteous anger that I can totally back up. And it's normal for them to have this kind of righteous anger,
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just that anger is a very important emotion. It's extremely important. And
actually, there's different stages that people go through when they grieve, and anger happens to be one of the stages of grieving. So part of leaving the organization, even though it was toxic for us, grieving it's grieve worthy. Grieving is actually very smart as part of your healing after you leave the organization. So it's not surprising that people would find themselves righteously angry at certain things, especially when they realize that the leadership put them in a position to do their dirty work. And now,
Yeah, it's humiliating.
such as raise your kids in the org so that someday when you decide, wow, this isn't the truth, now the children shun you. Like we listened to, Auntie Fran and Uncle Joe in the last show, and how their kids are shunning them. Why? And Uncle Joe was talking so specifically, like, I did such a good job of indoctrinating them. Of course they're shunning me. Of course. But see, the leadership got them to do this.
I was listening to him and the couple, and I wanted to chime in, but I don't want to dominate on here. But I really appreciated them because I did the same thing, except for I'm being shunned by mine because I got him into the org, and he's so annoyed by it, and so it brought in a lot of negativity into my youngest son's life because and I don't like talking about this stuff. I really want to be careful what I say because I don't want to bring it up boldly, but like he didn't know anything about body parts and what
right
the book that he was given. He was like, Mom, I didn't even know about the M word until I read about it.
Right. Like they hadn't even handed him a calendar yet. But just wait, son, you'll be getting one.
Yeah, and so, like, he was so, and then he began doing that because he flooded my middle stairs because he was in there for so long. And it was that book that introduced it to him. And so that's why I know that, oh my God, these books and everything that they do is grooming us, I could go on and on about
this is also part of the mind control. So bringing up sexual talk while children are 3-4 years old, okay, 2-3-4 years old, they're hearing the word but they don't quite understand it, but it's such a common word.
Oh God,
that's too young, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get why Sunday school happens, so they can draw really cool little pictures of Noah and the ark, and it's all cutesy and everything. It's not terrifying, right? So it's too much for a child to see, and I'm talking about my book of horrors and stuff.
Yeah.
But also, where I wanted to go with this is there are pictures in the in the literature that has subliminal images in them, and I've seen them. Mm-hmm. And what they're usually backed up with is what people of authority and leadership are driven by, and that's sex, money, and control and death. These are things that bring up power.
Exactly.
Thank you. They bring up a certain experience.
You know what?
Within the readers.
The thing that really disturbed me the most and gave me the most cognitive dissonance was the old governing body. Throw some. It's like, they all come on now. I mean, like, that's not what, like, guys, like, why don't they throw a Tarzan in there? Like a real guy, I
was like, okay, like a real guy. Linda, if y'all ever look at the Tarzan originals, there was a real guy. Okay. Hi, who's this?
And this is the best they can do?
I hear a gentleman speaking. Can you? Yes. Yes. She brought up Tarzan. I didn't. Okay. But I'll claim it anyways.
Diary and Mary.
What's on your mind?
I mean, because they were just I mean, it's like I felt molested being in there by those governing bodies. They just look disgusting and like
They're creepy. They're creepy.
my husband is a good-looking guy, and and you're talking about sex, and you're telling me what to do in my bedroom, but you look like a pervert. And
Exactly.
you're so light.
Hey, Linda.
Yes. It's your turn, hon. What's on your mind?
Big Dave.
Yes. Hi, Big Dave.
Hey, the tornado that we went through, we're okay and everything.
Okay. There was a tornado that literally went down his street, and he sent me a picture, and it had like Google Maps. He was showing me Google Maps too, and I'm like, so where exactly did it go? And I was trying to figure that out. So, I mean, how often does a tornado go right down your street? Wow. Why do you think you guys are okay?
It came right down the street and went to the front of our yard and made a left. Made the right into my sister-in-law's driveway and went right down between my house and the driveway and tore up a whole bunch of stuff. But didn't hit the house. But the debris and stuff went and bashed up against the house and hit the house and messed with the house a little bit. And then went down past my shop and ripped up my shop a little bit, but that's okay. And then my sister-in-law's house, the pool was totally destroyed, and then the back end of my sister-in-law's house was destroyed, and hopped from her house and hopped down 20-some acres down and went into the big junkyard down there and just picked up those cars and slung them all over the place.
Wow. Wow.
And they were everywhere. Upside down, face first into the ground. They had 3 cars on top of the building. There was a whole bunch of other stuff that happened down there. And
Wow.
I went down there and moved a lot of the cars away because I was running heavy equipment for the guy down there for him, picking up the cars and moving around.
Wow.
That was a really big mess. And then it went on. It went about another 15, 20 acres away and touched down and tore up maybe 4 or 5 acres of trees. And then it disappeared.
Okay. Wow.
It happened.
I'm really glad to hear that you're okay though, and your family.
Yeah. And then I had an encounter with some of the witnesses again. And
when was this?
One of the witness brothers was standing by my wife, and everybody was talking around them. And this one witness brother went and tried to kiss my wife.
What?
And my wife backed away from him. And my wife picked her phone and called me and said, "You need to come down here."
Oh my God. And see, I've heard you tell me a few other stories, so this is not shocking to me.
So this guy went ahead and tried to kiss her because she didn't have her rings on.
That's because she doesn't wear them to work.
Oh,
right?
wear them to work because she drives a big forklift type thing, because when she's spinning the wheel around with her hand, she's afraid to get it caught in the steering wheel there.
Okay.
In
Right.
that heavy piece of equipment.
Okay.
And he tried. He did that. She called me and she says, "You need to get down here now." So
Wow. Did you confront him?
Hell yes, I confronted him.
Tell me how that went. Did you say this was a brother or an elder? Remind me again.
I think this is one of the brothers or an elder. I don't know which one he is. But I know he's a brother to them in the congregation. I got like 5 men behind me. My wife says, "This is the guy who tried to do this to me."
Okay, she pointed him out. I'm pretty proud of her.
And
I'm very proud of her.
At me, and she says, "Don't hurt him." And I said, "No, I'll just do what I have to do."
That's all you need to do. Is what you have to do.
I looked at him and I said, "Hi, mister. My name is David. You see that lady right there?
That's my wife. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, really is."
And if you ever, I swear to God, if you ever lay another finger on her, you won't be standing.
Good for you.
And I put it to you this way: I don't care how many brothers get around you and try to help you; they will all be sitting down when I get done with them all.
Yeah.
I said, "You never, ever even look at my wife again. You hear me?"
Wedding rings or not, that was a poor excuse. Poor excuse.
I got 4 brothers standing behind me saying, "What are you trying to do? Threaten him?" And I said, "Let me put it to you this way."
Were these brothers standing behind you to intimidate you?
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
okay.
No Jehovah's Witness is going to intimidate me.
I do know this about you.
I'm 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
250 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I deadlift my own weight. And you know what else I do?
I sure do.
And I'm a pretty strong man. And
yeah,
all
you
these
are.
brothers behind me were trying to intimidate me.
That's amazing how they would come and stand up for him and not be reprimanding his ass for coming on to your wife.
I reprimanded him.
Good. Somebody needed to.
Look eyes on her. You'll be answering to me.
Good.
And all the other brothers were trying to they were right behind me. And you know,
I'm reading the chat, Dave. I'm reading the chat, and Bob Roberts, who is Brad from Australia, said, "It's not a threat to say the sun will come up tomorrow." It's like just the facts. Yep, damn right is right. But you know, it's too bad that you have to go over there and pull rank with these brothers when they should respect this marriage. How dare them?
I'll put it.
How dare them?
I'll put it to you this way. I'll take one of my combat boots and shove it up his rear end, and he'll never be able to get it out.
Oh, what size shoe do you wear?
11.
Okay, I
And it's
believe
gonna
you.
hurt.
I believe you. This is something that is so different than how we as Jehovah's Witnesses have been taught to handle life. And as a Jehovah's Witness, including the men, we're trained to be pacifists, to basically take this kind of behavior from people and take abuse that's physical abuse too, and turn the other cheek. And that is that is how even men within this organization are trained. But you should not have to go and tell one of these brothers anything like this. These Jehovah's Witnesses know that she is married to you, quote unquote, an unbeliever, and they would and should respect the marriage. And I mean, you've even told me things in the past that you've come across that were very disrespectful to the marriage and commitment that you and your wife have. And I know your love for her. You've talked about her a couple of times, and you've used a little bit of condescending terminology, and I've called you on it, but I know your love for your wife is real and is true. And even the way you've expressed your wife to me, I can tell she totally adores you and loves you. And for them to come in, even if you guys were having a weak time during your marriage, how this is so unbecoming of a Jehovah's Witness is just wrong. So wrong. I'm so glad she pointed him out to you. But then it's like she went into, don't hurt him. See, that's the JW's thinking. I was really surprised when you said that she told on this guy. I was like, really? Okay. Because the way we've been trained is we don't want to start a fight. We don't want to cause a fight. We don't want to make any waves. And calling you over would be in the category of making waves. But she knew that this was something for you to handle. And you did. And I'm really proud of you.
You don't have to worry about me taking care of my own business. I have made sure my wife knows the boundary with these people, and I'm not saying nothing wrong, but this guy was way over the line.
Yes, he was. And she called him on it and told on him to you. And gentlemen, if you are an ex-Jehovah's Witness or Jehovah's Witness now, the way Dave is talking is not outlandish. It's actually normal husbandly behavior when they catch wind that somebody tried to kiss their wife. This is normal. And what Dave, I believe, did was actually with great restraint. Because most men would have walked up to that guy and punched him in the face right then and there. Just from the attempt. Even if you did not, from what I'm hearing, you did not succeed. And in the real world, that Leroy would have deserved it. Okay, and I call people that I think are a-holes Leroy. That Leroy, instead of saying that a-hole. That's what I say.
Hey, David. That was great.
I had a lot of restraint, but the four brothers were over my backside and back behind me. Thought I backed him in the corner.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I backed him in the corner. I'm not going to back down from him.
Good.
He's as big as I am. and he's pretty strong looking, but there's no man I wouldn't take on.
Hey, David, that was real macho and real protective and really great.
Hey,
That's so
David.
funny because I'm so not into macho, but I'm like, hell yeah. Go ahead, Mary.
At our hall, David, at our hall, the Wonder Weasels with the briefcases, they wouldn't have tried to kiss your beautiful wife driving. They wouldn't have, because we have Wonder Weasels here. You must have some.
I don't even know what a Wonder Weasel is, but I'll find out.
I've never even heard of Jehovah's Witness men that act like men and try to kiss other men's sexy wives that drive in trucks. But anyway, you must have a beautiful wife. I have to say that men can be very attracted to women doing typically men's work. And great job, David, on your restraint. I just wanted to tell you that. And this is Diarrhea Mary. But yeah, no, at our hall, the men typically they look worse than the governing body and they carry briefcases. And so I'm just trying to picture this at your hall. You must have like men.
By the way, Dave is not a practicing Jehovah's Witness. He never has been, but his wife is. And so when he and his wife was married, was she backslidden, David? I don't recall. But you have never been a believer. You have never been a Jehovah's Witness believer, correct? Okay.
Thank goodness.
Good work, David.
Great job, David. Hey, David, my husband, he was in your position. I was going to the hall and being drawn in like your wife, and I didn't get picked up on, or nobody tried to touch me or anything like that, except for I did get, there were some perverts and things that were hurling insults at me, but, you know, it's a good thing that you're in their group, because these witness men, they'll get between your marriage, but do keep showing restraint though, because they'll press charges against you, or they'll try to weasel or whatever. You know, just be careful. But thanks for sharing your story.
There's one thing that's more frightening than a heavy boot, though, David. Do you know what that is? That's an That's a EEOC, Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, sexual harassment suit.
No, my big hand down in his mouth, but I really, it took a lot.
If that's at work, the EEOC, she could just say, you know, if you try to do that again at work to the jerky guy, she could just say, you know, the EEOC has something called a sexual harassment suit. So a sexual harassment complaint at work could get his ass thrown in the jailhouse.
No, this was done at the Kingdom Hall.
At the Kingdom Hall?
Yeah.
I know, right?
You need to.
I was picturing him with a forklift and a flannel shirt and your
wife to get her out of the hall.
At a Kingdom Hall.
Oh, you know what?
I know, it's scandalous, right? This is too funny.
Oh my goodness.
I took care of the matter my way.
Thank you.
I told him that if he ever looked at my wife again, all my wife has to do is call me.
Good for you.
Good work, Dave.
I'm not going to be a real nice guy.
Don't have to be.
That, I'll ask him to come out in the parking lot and we'll settle like gentlemen.
That's like a thing I've heard all my life. Let's take it to the parking lot, handle it like gentlemen.
So she's going to the hall and you're at home and this is happening?
This is one of the newer brothers that came into this hall.
Because
gee, I wonder why Dave has never been a witness.
I gotta tell you. No, this is real, David. You know what? Your wife is being indoctrinated. David, you gotta Oh my,
No,
the same thing was
look.
Yeah.
I just sat down with a new person that is a lady from the Jehovah's Witnesses. She just got out of the Jehovah's Witnesses. She explained to me how to help my wife become a free individual now.
Oh, is that right?
Hey, I have a question, Dave.
Use and everything, and she said this will work to help you bring her out.
Hmm.
But go ahead.
Wow, you're going through a lot.
Are you glad that your wife told you what happened?
Oh, my wife's gonna tell me. She'll tell me what happened in a heartbeat.
And you're happy with that? You're glad to know that information? I feel the same. I can't remember who I was talking to, but they were saying that they wouldn't tell their husband if that happened, and I remember thinking I would definitely want to know if that happened so that I could sort it out like you did, Dave. If that happened to my wife.
I just basically told them we would settle it in the parking lot, like two men should do. Because
good work.
If you violate my space, I'm going to violate your space. But I'm gonna do it.
And
I'm gonna do
non-Jehovah's Witnesses don't have to follow the same rules.
No, you will follow the rules when he walks out of the Kingdom Hall.
If I didn't know what show that I was on, I would be thinking that I was listening to bar talk, like people at a bar, like
yeah,
like I mean, no, really, I mean, is your wife even like putting this together that, you know, this is a Christian Bible organization? Because it sounds like a bar if I didn't know what I was listening to right now.
Oh, what his wife went through. I thought you were saying what we're talking about is like a bar conversation.
Look, God put me through certain things with her, and I will do whatever I think is appropriate. Why I went down there, I did it my way. I showed this brother what he was about. And then all those Jehovah's Witnesses down there know not to mess with.
David, if you got a New World Translation or a King James Bible, even if you're not a Christian, take your Bible down there and just like open the Bible and say, "Hey."
No. I'm not going to get into their politics crap.
They're hypocrites. David. They're not supposed to be trying to kiss your wife.
No. If they want to do, when that man did that, my wife backed off and got away from him and called him. And that's what happened.
Dave, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is Carrie in the suite. Listen, I think, how long have you been married to your wife?
36 years, just coming December.
How
Did
long?
you say
36?
Well, 36 years. Apparently, you're doing everything right. And I don't think anybody should tell you what to do. You do what you want to do. You and your wife seem to have a great understanding, and you're very patient. And I think that the way you're handling everything is the right way. So don't let anybody discourage you from anything.
Oh,
and first of all, any brother that, whether the sister is single or married or engaged or anything. They have no right to put their hand on her, their mouth on her, or anything. That is so disrespectful. So Dave, you're doing a great job. Don't worry about what anybody says right now.
Oh, no. I don't worry about anybody. I worry about my wife being down there. My wife is an individual. She can do what she wants. But when somebody crosses the line, she would call. I knew that. And we've been married for 36 years. It's coming December. And I've raised 2 boys with her. And made sure those 2 boys knew who Christ was. And they're both in the world, and they both show me who Christ is throughout the year. Just like my youngest one sent me a text picture of a cross a couple of days ago and said, "Dad, I love you."
Good.
And my youngest son is hearing impaired and autistic. And when he can do that, and he can melt his big daddy's heart, and I can see what I did for him, and he can respond back to me like that, I knew I've done the right things in this life for him and his oldest brother.
Yeah.
And that's
Pat yourself on the back.
example. That's God's example of saying, you have done the right thing for me, and making me a steward of my 2 children to Christ. And that's the way I look at it. Now I pray every day the same prayer, bring my wife out.
Amen. Amen, David. Exactly.
So,
I was just going to say, I'll be praying for
and
you.
nobody can take anything away from me.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that's
I didn't want to interrupt you,
but...
Linda. I didn't want to interrupt you or anything, but I want to tell you about the picture and everything that I had over the tornado here and everything.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Just wanted to tell you that I was okay. The house was okay.
Good.
A couple of things in the side yard and things were tore up, but it wasn't that bad. It only got up to about 70 miles an hour, and then it all dissipated after it left.
Okay.
So,
if somebody's wondering what I'm eating grapes. Grapes.
Hello?
Hi.
I'll let you go, and I'll sit back and listen.
Thank you, Dave.
Really appreciate your... Yeah, God bless you.
Can I make a
Hello.
comment?
Yes, sure.
You go and you pray that my wife comes out.
We'll be doing that.
Couple of months.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. This is Diarrhea Mary, and I'm going to be praying for you and your children and your wife.
You pray for my wife. My kids, I don't need to worry about my kids. My kids
what's your wife's first name? Do you mind? What's her name? Her first name?
Penny, like a cop.
Penny. David, thank you so much for tonight and sharing, and just thank you. We'll be praying for her. I have a group of ladies that like to pray.
Very nice. Okay, the gentleman that came in. Go ahead.
Yes. How you doing, my lady? This is Christopher.
Hello, Christopher. Good to hear your voice.
Okay.
You know, there are certain people every single week that I know we haven't seen each other or met each other in person, but the familiar voice is just very comforting, if that makes sense, hearing your familiar voices. So thank you.
Thank you, my lady. My comment, I can't say why that happened with the brother that was just speaking, but my comment is more of why they looked down on him. And the lady that was speaking earlier was saying comments when she was in the post office, the way they were looking at her. The reason why they look down on you, or they have this superior, narcissistic, better than I attitude, is because they think that they have a divine right. And when I say divine right, I mean it like this. Back in the days when kings were appointed, they had to go to the Vatican and go through the Pope. And the Pope would bless him, so he was divinely appointed. The governing body is the same way. They feel as though God has divinely appointed them. So when people or XJWs are treated in a certain way, and one thing, nobody can ever tell you how another person makes you feel. That's between you and that person. But the governing body thinks that they're divinely put in place. So when they put out these words, apostate or shunning, they don't say shunning, but, put you off outside of the congregation, the others feel as though that divine right from Jehovah to the governing body is extended to them, the elders and the hardcore JWs. So that's why they have that approach and that look. But the main thing that they forget is that last commandment, Jesus said, is to have love. They will forget that, like they say in a New York minute, when it comes to you and apostate, you and XJW. They feel as though they don't have to show that same compassion and emotion to you. But yet and still, like you said, we go through those stages of emotions and grief and anger. And at first we are angry, and then we have to revert back and have to show them love, because that's the only way that we can communicate or break down that defensive wall that they have. And they do that by what I call that boogeyman tactic. If I tell you every day or a couple of days a week, a child or an adult, there's a man in the van and he's got a hoodie on, and if you ever see him driving slow, he's going to hurt you. He's going to kidnap you. And that boogeyman in the van is an apostate. It's being outside of the organization. So anytime somebody approaches you and says the word Trinity, or are you saved, or is Jesus your personal savior, you see that as the boogeyman, even in a word version. In a physical version, when they see you outside and they know that you're not a part of the organization anymore, you are a boogeyman to them. Don't talk to that person. So it kind of flops over to what you were saying, Linda, about mind control. And I'll show you real quick how mind control and wordplay works. And for anybody that's listening, and I'm going to sum it up. Watch this. Listen to this. You hear me, Linda?
I do.
Okay, watch this. The word try, T-R-Y, we learned it from second grade on. Now, the word try doesn't exist. Listen to me. The word try doesn't exist.
I hear you.
What is Christopher talking? Right. What is Christopher talking about? Okay. Linda, I have a new drink. Now I'm handing it to you. I know you can't see me, but I'm handing it to you. And I say, I want you to try this.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, try it. Right.
Okay.
It tastes good also. Yeah. Either try doesn't exist. Either you drink it or you don't.
Yes.
So you don't try to do anything. So watch this. That's the magic of the JW. When I told you that, and it's like, oh, well, you're right. You can't try to do anything. Either you attempt it or you don't do it. You drink it or you don't drink it. So let's take that word try and classify it in their doctrines. So they'll say, oh, we've got the magic try. We've got the magic Michael is the archangel, or he was created. And they run with that. But if you don't try, there are different words. You can make an effort. You can attempt. But
okay.
That's the boogeyman. They'll say, oh, don't say attempt. don't say effort. They'll pick out some other fancy word. So when the JWs run with things like that, they think they have something new. Oh, you can't try to do anything. You know, our doctrines say that this is, never use the word try. It's almost like Trinity. So they control you through words. And if something seems new, you think it's new, but it's just a revert of wordplay. And that's what they do. And that's why they have that superior mindset, because they think they're divine. And so when they say their words, if you don't play into their words, then they have no power over you. But for the ones that are left in the organization, those words are such a stronghold, they take them quickly. There was a scenario, I don't know if people have done it, where if you're in class, the teacher will give you a message to the person in the first chair just to show you how information changes. By the time it gets halfway, that person writes the message down, passes the message on. At the end, it's never like the original. But in the JW organization, and we know this, they regurgitate the same wordplay in the same word book for an apostate or going to heaven, just like it's as if it's given to the whole class. And they keep the thing consistent. So you can't break that barrier with them. You can't break it because they only show love within the ones they feel are deemed worthy for love. But you on the outside, you are the lowest person. But this is what I say. They would treat you lower than what they call a worldly person. I don't say worldly, I always say secular. We're all of the world. They would treat you lower. But
yes,
they'll start a study with that person. That person is, let's say, still sinning, still trying to get himself in a better position. They'll be more patient with that person and look upon that person with love and admiration and try to bring him into the sheepfold and keep you out of the fold. So, I mean, that's my comment. And it's more, I try not to use my personal opinion on it, but that's more like my personal opinion, everything that y'all are saying.
I am in total agreement with you. This is so true. All of this stuff you've been saying, for instance, if somebody is studying the Bible, they're going to be treated with much more care and much more respect, and they're going to be, quote unquote, love bombing them. Okay. And because they feel superior, and because an ex-Jehovah's Witness once knew the truth but left it, we are now in a category lower than murderers and pedophiles. That's how we're categorized. And when you were speaking about language, I kept thinking pure language, pure language, pure language. What ends up happening when Jehovah's Witnesses treat us with such detest and talk down to us, it's discrediting, it's dehumanizing, and we are looked upon as very less than. Back in the days of Hitler, he would speak of the Jews as rats, as cockroaches. Okay? This is how we apostates are thought of, in the same kind of dehumanizing way, so that they believe that we deserve to be treated with the detest and reprimanding attitudes that they give us. Like we deserve to be that kind. We deserve to be treated like that because we've been dehumanized by the leadership, so they see us this way. It was easy for the doctors to do the experiments and give such pain to the people of these concentration camps, because in the doctors' minds, they were already like a cockroach or simply a rat. So they were not considered on the same realm as them. They were lesser than, almost non-human. And when you get into Robert J. Lipton, he has 8 keys to, or 8 criteria to totalism. There's the very last one says dispensation of existence, meaning you don't even deserve to be alive. Okay, when we get disfellowshipped, we are looked upon as though we were spiritually dead. And the belief system is that we will not survive Armageddon and that Jehovah God doesn't even recognize our existence. So they treat us in such dehumanizing ways and feel absolutely justified doing it.
And Linda, each of us,
Yes?
we have to give an accountability to for each of for our own actions. And wolves, they travel in packs, and they traveled
Yes.
in a pack when they put him on the cross. And when he said for us to carry our cross, we are expected to be thrown out of the religious places. We will experience the wheat, and the wheat they taught us was right under our noses. We were being taught. And when you see the truth, you will receive the real persecution. If you can hang on, he's coming, and he's coming. This is it, and it's not cognitive dissonance for me anymore. They
Good.
are right along with the Pharisaical acts. I would have to say that I would not even give them credit to be Pharisees or Sadducees. I would not. They are worse than that. I would give them more like the Canaanites or the Hittites or the ones that were barbaric. They are the worst. Really, they are. Yeah, because they do. They travel in packs, and they go to the meeting hall, and they're a pack. They go to their district conventions. They baptize in a pack. And then all you got to do is question, be a Berean, question. Just use their Bible, not against them, but use their altered translation, which is an abomination. You can use the translation that they've changed and reason with them, but because they are brainwashed that they can't even see their own foolishness, and so we're really seriously not to argue with these people because they are blind.
I'll tell you what, that when we are living our lives like not scared and not worried and not, in the gutter, or on the streets,
right.
And we're actually enjoying life, we are enjoying our family, we are enjoying our lives, our job, our car, or even our animals. This is showing them that we're not one of those, we're not experiencing that thing that almost every group I've ever heard of that is like a high control, high demand group. What they always do is tell their members, look, if you ever leave, these very bad things are going to happen to you. That's part of the fear induction or fear indoctrination. So when you leave and you're like living life, enjoying it, that creates confusion in their heads because you're supposed to be down and out. You're supposed to be depressed. And you're not.
I'm by myself. Exactly, Linda. You're by yourself. Mm-hmm. The gentleman that was just talking, anybody on here who is an ex Jehovah's Witness, we are by ourselves going to the mailbox, by ourselves going to the auto repair shop, and here they are, and they can go to their little meetings and feel fluffed up and all that. And they're what do they get? They get fed to be judges. They're taught to be judges, which is what the forget if you're Christian or not. Use their Bible against them. Okay, use their. You're not supposed to be the judge. So they're teaching these people to be the critics. And the thief went to paradise or heaven. How many minutes do you think it took for Jesus to tell that thief that he was going to be in paradise? Did he have to go to a bunch of meetings? No, he said today, just by his faith, by his believing that he was the Messiah, that he was going. So we can, I'm sorry we went to all those meetings. I'm sorry we wore all those stupid skirts and all those, oh my God. I mean,
but remember how it was when we were at the meetings. We were reminded just how lowly and how insecure we were of our possibility of salvation. And so it's a trip because outside of the meetings, we think we're superior, or we did when we were a witness. Yet inside of the Kingdom Hall, we're reminded of just how less than we are. And, you know, the term, what is the term? You know, no good slaves or something to this. So that we're talked to as though we're put down. We don't get built up with any kind of security or who we know we are in Christ, or even as an individual. There is no sense of agency, no sense of individuality. Go ahead.
We were beat down to worship Baal, which is the Watchtower organization, is another form. And so basically we were beat down, and there is no, you know, I'm a believer.
Yes.
You have to be born again of the Holy Spirit. And so, you know, I really do believe that if the ones that are beaten down, like myself, I can honestly, I'm not just saying this, I was actually a sweet Jehovah's Witness. I really was. I had diarrhea.
I believe you. You're sweet now. you're sweet now. That's who you are. You know, and it's actually really beautiful. And because I'm not like this predator person, I have no desire to like control you. It's just it's just enjoyable to hear you, you know?
And likewise, I the same as well. So they're worshiping an idol, and what they don't realize is that if they're really upset or they're feeling terrible, think about this, because a lot of them, they don't want to leave, yes, because maybe they don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness anymore, and they don't care about the Bible or God. It wasn't in my case. I really loved the real Jehovah. Okay, I really became a Jehovah's Witness because it looked like it was paradise on earth and all their little crappy magazines, which was all visual and all that. I get it.
See, that's called propaganda, which in my studies of propaganda, I've been like, I don't get it. I don't see the difference from propaganda. You know why? Because that's what I grew up on, propaganda. So I'm still in the process of being able to differentiate, you know?
Yeah, it's like looking at in Avon magazine. If I buy this lipstick, I'm going to be really super pretty. If I buy, you know, it's just like looking at looking at the Jehovah's Witness or the organization like that. I do. I'm actually beyond the whole diarrhea thing and the thinking I was going to die in Armageddon. It took me a few years though.
I'm so glad.
Now,
but that will stay with a lot of people. That mindset will stay with a lot of people when they leave.
Yeah, but you know, if people actually really step out of it and give themselves a chance and give themselves a break and know that God is way bigger than this crappy business that, you know, that they're going to realize. And if they really do just give themselves a chance and know that God is love, and when they really start reading the scriptures, it's going to pop out. If they seek him and cry out to him, they will be drawn out of the org, because that's what happened with me. I was crying out to Jehovah, and I was in tears because when they came out with that magazine, I think it was 2009, there was a magazine that was particular to an article about the Pharisees. And I decided that I was going to, I read the article. I breathed everything they gave me, every book, everything. I read it.
Of course.
I was a pain in their butt. I was to their detriment. I got every single book available. I read everything, underlined it, circled. I was ready for the meetings, and I was humble, and I'm not really humble if I'm saying I'm humble, but if you know what I mean.
That's funny. That's too funny. You caught yourself on that one. Good catch, girl.
and I held my magazine down, and I wasn't, and I didn't like try to show everybody that I scribbled and I was looking, because how some of the sisters, they were like, look like they're all their highlighters, and they trying to look like they were like super,
Yeah, there's a competition thing that goes on amongst women very often. Yes.
Yeah, and so I was reading it, and then I called the brother that got me into the organization when I was 19, and I said, hey, and I was like scared to death. I remember my stomach and my heart, and I was really sick to my stomach. And I called him and I said, I got the Watchtower magazine, and I'm reading the Pharisees. What if I told you that I feel like I'm reading about them, us? I did, and I said.
And then what happened?
And I said, yeah, they're pulling my hair out here. They're hurling. They're mean. And he said, do not ever repeat what you just said to me at your house. And because he loved me.
He was saving you from an ass kicking, woman. Oh, my goodness.
Because when I brought this brother to my hall, now I'm going to speak frank, and I think I'm just trying to be real here, but I'm, Caucasian, European, and the brother is very, very, very dark, and very, very dark, and dark skin. And so I brought him to the hall where I'm at, and so that when he left, they were using the N-word. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I told them they called you an N. Yeah, and they didn't like the fact.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would they even think that this was okay? It just blows my mind. The socially unacceptable things that JWs do on a daily basis. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Use the N-word. No, it's true. Every hall is different. Oh yes, every hall is different. Because he would tell me, come to my hall, and I would hang out at his hall. I'd go out in field services at his hall, and I'd be the only white girl in there.
Okay, so this was a fellow Jehovah's Witness, friend of yours.
Yes. Oh yeah. And he was, he's the one that got me in, and I'm family to him, and his family is my family, and so they would come up and they brought some nice color to our congregation, but the congregation here did not like it, and we took up the whole row.
How nice!
And so,
oh my goodness, that is wow. Wow.
I said, what if I told you that I feel like when I'm reading, the Pharisees, I'm reading about us, this hall that I'm in, the Jehovah's Witnesses, me, you, and he says, don't ever say that again. I go, but this is what they're doing, X, Y, and Z. They're doing exactly what the Pharisees did. They're doing exactly what they're doing to me and to other people in the hall. And I would tell him exactly what they were doing. And he told me, good. He said, do not ever repeat this. He told me that I might be the only, him and me might be the only, oh my God, just how brainwashed he is. He said that we might be the only ones standing when our, He said that the wheat grow with the weeds, and that to endure it, and that he feels.
I'm glad that you said that, because he actually said something to the effect of their behavior was not okay. I was getting ready to hear you talk about how he did some kind of, let him slide on some frickin' reason. I don't know what, but I'm glad.
Well, okay, so he didn't, not quite redemptive. Let me tell you what he said next.
Oh, okay. This ought to be good.
Yeah, this is the bad part. I said,
okay.
But I can't hold in. I'm getting diarrhea, and I can't sit in the meetings and be out in field service. I'm literally getting diarrhea. I can't stomach it anymore. And he said, you need to wear a diaper.
Oh, that's who said to wear a diaper. The one who recruited you. Okay. You need to wear a diaper.
No, he told me if I have to wear a diaper so that I don't die in Armageddon, and I'm the only one standing, that I should take the abuse, because that's how indoctrinated and brainwashed my friend was. And when I first met him, he was just studying with the witnesses. We were cohorts. We worked. He worked where I used to have to go. Yeah, I was studying the Bible, and I was in a regular Christian church, and really loved reading the Bible growing up and stuff. And my family wasn't into the Bible, and so he broke out the Book of Revelation because he was totally enthralled in the witnesses who have been calling on him. And so he wasn't even a Jehovah's Witness when I met him.
Okay.
He was just studying. He's a really, really awesome human being. But do you know that when I talk
he
to
sounds
him,
like it. He sounds like a really awesome guy. Even the suggestion to wear diapers. He's like, look, hon, if that's what it takes for us to be the last one standing, wear a diaper.
Yeah, but this is where I'm at with him now. This is
Talk
where
about dedication.
Yeah, he's very dedicated, and he will not become anything. He will not be a ministerial servant because he doesn't want any titles. He is completely a servant to these people, to his own detriment. And now he is so indoctrinated and so brainwashed that he is literally condemned me. He will not speak to me anymore.
Okay.
No, he's completely a judge. He will not. He has given up on me. I haven't talked to him in 6 months, and I feel so badly for him because, you know, he went from this very loving man. Yeah, he helps all his neighbors. He's a wonderful human being. But yeah, I pray for him, and I feel like one day when I have the courage, maybe because you're giving me your show and the ones that speak up here, I'm getting I'm getting some actual therapy right now for
from a licensed therapist. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but from a licensed therapist. Okay, 100%. Good.
I'm getting the therapy that war veterans get, police officers, and so forth, because I was very traumatized in my line of work, and then I think the Jehovah's Witness thing just kind of compounded it. And so Jehovah's Witness.
May I ask your line of work?
Oh, ED nurse. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
wow.
And in the field, I worked in the field, and I've had a lot of suicides. A psychiatrist killed herself, and she was my patient. I've had two. I've had a lot of I've seen a lot of death, and
okay.
My line of work was was worked in one of the most busiest hospitals, that kind of equivalent to in New York, that kind of thing. And so I have PTSD. Yeah. And so the Jehovah's Witness thing, I'm not even going to give them credit to traumatizing me. I kind of think that they're just like an elevated Amway Amway or something like that I fell for.
Have you ever heard of complex PTSD?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
And do you know the difference between complex PTSD and regular PTSD?
I don't, but what I'm getting right now is called EMDR therapy.
Okay.
Yeah, and so when I'm through, I don't know how long it's going to take because I do suffer from PTSD. I'm going to do something to, I don't know what yet, but I want to rock this little crappy organization like you and Rick and so many people on here are doing in their own way and their own personality and gifts. I would like to just do it in a way, not for me. I just want to help people. I want to help them get out. And I am a bit of a comedian, and I do love to laugh. And I do think Jesus laughed. So I would like to do something, but I have to get up and over my own I've got some things, so I'm just
Yeah.
trying to work through that. But yeah, so I was wrapped up into the Jehovah's Witnesses because it was an easy fit for me, being a military dependent. So I can see from
Military dependent. You were raised with a parent or parents in the military?
yes, my dad was a war veteran, and I traveled all over the world. So I was a perfect candidate to be indoctrinated to this business. And
Hey,
yeah.
There you go. I was just going to suggest this. Go right ahead, David.
My father was in the military for 23 and a half years. And having a father was very strong and very not demanding, but showed you how to command different things in the way he did things for us kids, in the way he took in charge of the troops that were underneath him and showed respect to these guys. Now I understand a little bit more about you, and I'm a kid just like you were in the military, dependent, but I learned so much more from the military, and that's why I have this kind of attitude, and that's the way I become so strong in the way I think, in the way I do things. And I see that in you yourself.
God bless you, David. I think I really believe this show is just completely blessed with ones that we're speaking out, and there's got to be people listening that they're a little way from being able to feel their way out, but we give each other hope, and I know people are praying for me when I get off this phone, because I think about y'all when I go to bed, and I dream and I pray, because
as a dependent to another dependent, us kids take the reins from our parents, the way we were raised, and go out into society and build things and do things that the normal society doesn't understand. We can take in charge and do what we need to do. And I see that in you, because you're a nurse in the ER. I worked in a military ER for 2 years in high school.
You wouldn't even be able to pay me enough to go there, you guys. So I'm like in awe of both of you right now, going, oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Because the military taught us how to be independent on our own and stand on our own 2 feet and go for the gusto of everything that we want in life. And I understand you a lot better now.
So the Jehovah's Witness organization was a great fit for me, because wherever we moved to, our neighbor was our neighbor, and we respected them, and we didn't think twice about being respectful. So we liked organization, because that's what we had to do. And if we didn't behave, our father could get kicked out. So we knew that the discipline went from top down. We knew the basics.
Higher.
It was like
higher.
kids got in trouble at school, our fathers were told, our parents were told, the first shirt of the person over above him was told that we had a problem in the family, in that structure that we lived in. And it was
This is amazing. This is amazing to me, because to hear that a child's behavior could affect the father and his position, or the mother in their position in the service, sounds so much like within the organization of the Watchtower. If a child of an elder does something, he will have to step down.
Yeah. And
This is like so, wow.
And everywhere you went, everybody knew who your father was. My father was a military policeman, but he was he was not an officer. Big difference. My father was not. He was just enlisted. So if your father was an officer, so here I'm correlating. Oh, please, let's not give credit to the witnesses being like the military, because the witnesses are, oh my gosh, I don't want to say this. I'm trying to be nice. It's a POS organization.
POF?
Credit. Yeah. He's a shard.
Oh, POS. Okay, POF. Yeah, I'm like, what? Shard. Plenty of fish?
Yeah, they're pieces of shards. They are
right. Now I get you.
Behind it. I don't want to give them credit. I really don't. They're so pathetic, and the people that follow them, including myself, it's a pathetic thing to follow. It's not even godly. It's not even biblical. It's like Christ. It's wrong.
It's like this. When people are in the military and they're looking for structure, and they're coming out of the military, or they're in the military, and they're looking for a structure-based religion, and most of it was Catholic, Protestant, or something of that nature in the military. But when Mormon, yeah, we had the Mormons right next door to us, living right next door to us. That was the other part that I couldn't understand. And then it was so easy to get involved in like the witnesses or the Mormons or something that was a structured based type thing. And I figured out that I couldn't be a witness because I couldn't believe in doorways and what they did to their own people, and I could see that myself. And then you're coming out of the military, you're looking for a structured based program to go into, and they come along so easily, and they say they have this and they have that. The military had this and the military had that. They had good things. The Watchtower never had anything good. They wanted your money, they wanted your time, they wanted your effort, they wanted anything that you had of knowledge to help them.
You know what's disgusting, David, about this?
See that.
You know what's so disgusting about this? Disgusting about the witnesses is that they are anti-military, anti-gun, anti-police, anti-protection, anti-masculinity. So they basically, the only reason why they're able to preach their crap and their business strategy is because the men that died so that they could. And so what they're doing is they're mocking the military. They're mocking them. And so, yeah.
Exactly. And you remember, if you were on a military base, what happened every day? What happened every day when we were on that military base? At 7:30 in the morning, that American flag was going up, and we heard the national anthem, right?
Well, where I was, not necessarily, because our base was kind of, well, I lived on several military bases, but it was kind of expansive, but that did happen, yeah. Yep.
But
yes, sir,
at 4:30 every day, regardless of rain, snow, or anything else on that base was going on, the traffic stopped on that base, and the American flag was coming down, and the national anthem was running. And that's the way I was brought up. That's the way you were brought up.
4:30 p.m.
At 4:30 p.m. every day,
Okay.
regardless, whatever Air Force Base, Navy, Marines, anything, that the traffic would stop, and you would have to listen to the national anthem until it was over with.
Okay.
And that's
It's fascinating.
the way I was when my parents got out of the military. I set up an American flag in my front yard, and I would put it up before I left to go to work. I would listen to the national anthem at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then when I got home, if I got home early enough, if it was by 4:30, I'd bring the American flag down and fold it up.
Wow. Okay.
And that would be every day, regardless if it rained, snowed. I don't care if a hurricane was coming through. I was doing it.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Linda and David, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so there was a gal 2 weeks ago, very, very sharp gal, and I really liked her program. She was saying how the Witness organization has demasculinized and made us, or not to vote, not to be part of our voting system, and I was thinking how true that is. How they and then not only that, anti-military, anti-police. So here they've, basically, put our hands behind our back and become very silent. Just basically, to me, now this is not her words, these are mine. We're leeches off society if we're not voting, if we're not choosing, if we're not taking a stance. And so they're the first. This is my words, but they basically the first to take in the hall. Like if a sister needs help, they're the first people to say go to welfare and not help their own. And so they'll leech off of the society and the taxpayer dollars, but they don't vote and they don't support the military who gave them the right to free speech and religion. And my dad goes to war, and many men died to be able to have free speech, to walk around with their stupid briefcases and be the wonder weasels that they really are. If a foreign invader came in, those briefcases, it just takes, honest to God, the men in the Watchtower is perverted, in my opinion. They wouldn't be able to defend their families, let alone this country. How disgusting. I mean, and I was part of it. I'm guilty.
I look at what you're saying like that. These men wouldn't even pick up a gun to defend their own family from a foreign invader that came from another country. Like, what if China come over here and decided to come in? Would they even pick up a gun to help their brother or sister in this country? No. They would run and hide. the people of this country that have the backbone to stand up for this country. That's why we say the Pledge of Allegiance of America under one God, under one God, and that's why we say that as a Pledge of Allegiance to be allegiance to this country from any domestic, foreign, or terrorists that are in this country. And we
Can I add to that comment? All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I add to your comment, buddy?
Yeah.
And the lady's comment. You guys are 100% right. The JW organization runs it as if it's military-ish. And of course, they would be the 4- and 5-star generals, and we just be regular private. And you were talking about voting. Now, they will say that voting is a conscientious decision, but really, if it's a conscientious decision, basically you're making that decision to partake or be a part of Babylon the Great, whether it's grassroots locally or it's in a major election. And the reason that they say it's conscientious is because they cannot legally tell you not to vote, because that would infringe on your constitutional rights to vote. So they would be hindering that and basically diverting you from voting naturally, which is your constitutional right. But they will hold strong to the blood issue because they know that they can tell you to do that or strongly suggest or mentally condition you to accept it. Where the voting, and it's part of being Babylon the Great, but they won't present it like that. And I agree with you guys 100%.
The thing that you were saying about all this is when Jehovah's Witnesses want to go and do this, and they do it right in front of everybody's faces in America. Okay, you go and the Watchtower goes against the government. Who's paying that bill? The whole country paying that bill, not just a handful of people. And that's what's so bad about this. And when I go to Congress and I work for a senator up there, I have access to other things across this country that a lot of people can't, will never be able to see. And my clearance is pretty high to go and work with this guy. And other things that I have seen. But the point of it is the governing body goes and uses the United States government for their own place. They can go and get our money from the whole United States and not have to say one word. Your 503c plan, they get money from that. They go get their religion through that.
Yes.
They can hide money through that 503c plan. And they're using the government, but they say they're not supposed to be a part of Babylon, Great, or anything else. But they're using the government. But the taxpayers in this country do not know that we're paying for part of the Watchtower to do this to the American people. And that's what's so bad about it.
Can I also wanted to make a comment here regarding the organization as the way they conduct themselves. They conduct themselves like the Pharisees, where they're always teaching, laws, ordinances, whatever the heck. But Jesus went around and he healed and he fed and he loved and he turned over tables and things like that. They have us going to meetings and all this stuff. That is what the Pharisees did. They were always got the scrolls out, always had this out. And I do not liken them to the Pharisees because I don't think they're good enough to be Pharisees. I think that the Jehovah's Witness organization is just a, and they're just using religious terms, and they're using what people basically start is love, because, and I'm not trying to preachy, but God is love, and it says above all, love one another, and that's like the highest. That's one of the commandments is to love one another, and so they know that we need, and so they've designed it to look like love, through propaganda. What Linda was bringing out earlier is that those magazines show love, and everybody, this, that, and what's the opposite of if you leave this organization, what you're going to look like. You're going to be, and so they really capitalize on our needs. But anyways, I'm so enjoying this conversation. Did we go to sleep? She's still there.
Are you talking about me? I'm still here. I'm listening.
Hi, Linda.
I'm right here. Hi.
Hi.
But it's the things that the organization does in plain sight of the United States, and the people that are sitting in their Kingdom Halls, and the Kingdom Hall people really don't know what's going on in front of their faces. That's the ignorant part about this whole 9 yards. And just like you were saying about all the men that died before to give them their freedom, I've looked at that a million and millions of times because I was a man, and I watched my uncles die in the Korean War, in the Vietnam War, and then watching some of my buddies that I grew up in high school die overseas, over the Gulf Wars and stuff, and then seeing this happen, and the governing body just takes this, and the rest of the witnesses don't understand why they really take up for this country, the military. That's why we have Labor Day. That's why we have the other holidays. That's why we had Veterans Day on Friday.
So, y'all, I have a question. I have a question that maybe one of y'all can answer. How impactful is the Jehovah's Witnesses per the population of the world? Does anybody know, like, what percentage do they occupy? They breathe the air on this planet, because I know we make a big deal out of them because we once were, or we're dealing with ones in there. But how much of an impact are they really truly making in this world currently? Are they? I know they're part of the satanic plan, but
as in numbers.
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, I think someone said last week that they estimated there was about 4 million Jehovah's Witnesses compared to the 11 that they say, and we just surpassed 8 billion in population on the Earth, which is 0.005%.
Well, we know they're not armed because they're taught not to appreciate, protection and government. So we know they're harmless that way. The only thing they can do is break us down mentally if we let them. But really, I'm not trying to be downplay them, but well, actually, I guess I just think that they're kind of like a nuisance organization.
Right.
really,
We're rather small, or the Jehovah's Witnesses are rather
yeah.
small.
And all we're doing is just being part of the problem. Well, I know I was, because when I was one, I was part of the problem, but I wasn't aware. But
Right.
not voting and things like that, we're just falling right into this, I think this gal, I don't remember her name, it was a couple of weeks ago, she was bringing this out. A couple of people have been bringing this issue out globally, is that they're falling right into that trance thing where people are, they're not thinking for themselves. So
Okay. Under hypnosis?
not that many. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like under hypnosis?
Yes. And so 4 million people, if they woke up and started voting and started straightening up and voting for, Jehovah, if they, if they would just vote for morals, if we had 4 more million votes. But then I know that the Supreme, God is in control of all of this. He has a thumb on everybody, evil or good, But thank you for answering that question. So I don't know how many people are on this planet. I know it's a big deal when we talk about this stuff. But if I was to go around town and start talking about what I'm talking about, people go, Jehovah's Witnesses? Oh, who are they, or who cares? Or, you know what I mean?
Right. It's a significantly small group of people. Like the Mormons got started 100 years before we did, about 100 years before we did. Okay. And they're like one of the most richest religions of this world.
Wow, yes, they are. Oh my.
And it's along the same lines, we said that God always uses somebody to talk to his, to communicate with his people. Yeah. The Mormon church is like God's always used a prophet. By the way, we have these prophets here. So the prophets say, and they believe that whatever the prophets say is from God, the God of the Bible. Right. And they believe that the Mormon book is an extension of the Bible, holy writings. Yeah.
Well,
and
the one thing go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to add to it. This is Christopher again. That's why they keep up with all the field service hours and all the new baptized publishers and they keep meticulous field service reports, because it's sort of like adding yeast to something. It's inflated and it's bigger than what it thinks. Their fame is bigger than what they are, because people will say, oh, they're good people, and everybody knows somebody that's encountered them and come to the door. So it seems like that 4 million is 440 million, but it's really not, because they have this and like I've said before, this facade of being God's chosen organization. But if you almost have to put it directly to a Jehovah's Witness. If you get a chance, just ask them, and they're going to give you this party line answer. You say, are you guys really, is your organization really as clean as, let's say, Babylon the Great? And of course, they're going to reply, oh, yes, we're way different. And you say, well, I'm not talking about the whole organization. What about your local congregation? Is it as clean as Babylon the Great? And, they're going to give you this strange, what I call that Scooby-Doo look, like, huh? Like, why would she ask that? Yes, our organization and congregation is clean. But that's, like I've said before, is a facade. And what I mean by that is that if you, for every member of the JWN on a Sunday or a Saturday, whatever day you choose, you say, listen, the governing body has got new light, and only 2 guys are getting it right now. And it says that everybody has to tell the truth what I'm asking. And if the elder says, listen, everybody that stole something in the last 30 days, raise your hand. Everybody that's committed adultery, fornication, had immoral thoughts, is going out to the club, participating in drugs or whatever act. At the end of that hand raising, how many people do you think just in that local JW congregation would not have raised their hand? And If you go to a church down the street, that's the same thing. You get the same number of hand raised. Nobody cannot raise their hand because we're all living in the world of Satan. He's controlling us. And like I say, it's a facade. But the only way they usually disfellowship a person or put them on private reproof is when they hear something. Only when they hear something. But that same sin, that same behavior exists in there, but they overlook it. And they have this it's almost like if I took an old rusty car out of the junkyard and I shined it up on the outside and I polished it and put a new coat of paint in it. And I say, hey, you want to buy this car? You say, oh, yeah, of course. And then you get in it. It doesn't have a radio in the seat. It's rusted and everything else. So that's like when Jesus told the Pharisees, he said, you're just like dead men. And that car is an example of them being dead men. They take the law and they put it as a yoke around the witnesses, and they burden them with the law. That's why Jesus had to come in under grace. And you mentioned the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They're just like them, but this is the thing they always say. They say, well, Jehovah's always had, like what I said, prophets or like Moses and other people leading the organization. Pharisees and Sadducees were divided. They were divided on the resurrection. They were divided on whether angels were divine. They were divided on hell. So it was a number of things they were divided on, but they were still elders in charge. But they were divided. Now, if you present that just as plain fact to a JW, elder, ministerial servant, or rank and file JW, they're going to overlook that part and just look at the organization.
Do you notice, though, how they didn't talk about the apostolic movement, the Holy Spirit, that much when it came to Paul's teachings? You notice how they really downplay the gospel. They don't. It's not even talked about. They talk about everything else, and that they downplay Jesus' role, and they didn't talk about grace at all. Great point here.
You there?
I don't know what's making that noise, but yeah, I'm here and I don't hear her anymore. I'm wondering if her phone might have cut off. This whole thing about... I'm sorry, what? Mary.
Mary? Okay.
Yeah. Hello, Mary. Did we lose you for a minute?
Oh, yeah. I was just contemplating hanging up and calling back in because the connection is cutting out on David and you a little bit. I could hear Chris perfectly.
Sure, call us back. We'll be right here waiting for you.
Okay, I'll call you.
Sure.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm going to look at how long my phone has been on. My phone. Oh, I'm not on the phone. That's right. I'm on the screen. I'm on YouTube. Okay. Duh. So, this whole stuff about what the organization tells their members regarding not being patriotic, not being part of politics and all this stuff, they claim that Jesus was no part of the world, therefore to be a Christian and Christian-like, we would want to be no part of the world, and they use that. But in actuality, they're basically keeping the members disenfranchised and having no voice, and totally naive and ignorant about how politics works. And if Jehovah's Witnesses had a better idea of how politics work, they would really understand their value on being part of voting and stuff like that, and they would understand how much the organization is involved in the UN and how much they're involved in politics, whereas the leadership talks like they're not. Oh, good, you're back.
Also, truly true, they're anti-Christ. memorial every year, we're to take the emblem and reject it unless we're anointed.
Yeah, that's so deceptive.
Antichrist.
So deceptive.
They're making each of us reject him. Yes.
We were indoctrinated to believe too that we were not in a position to receive it.
Christ, when I should have eaten the emblem, they would have thrown me out of my head. Yeah.
They would have thrown you what?
Same thing with Go ahead.
What's that? Yeah.
Well, I was going to say they do the same thing with the court witnessing, because you'll notice that, I mean, they sit there, they don't say anything unless you come over to them. That's just like if they're supposed to preach the good news of the kingdom to the end, what has to be preached in all inhabited earth, and then the end will come. But what you do, you sit out there court witnessing, you don't say anything, you don't approach anybody unless they come to you. It's almost like denying you your biblical message that they're supposed to, according to their theology, present to you. Just like the memorial, they pass everything around and they deny the body and the blood. So it's almost on that same pattern.
Yeah, and Chris, it's that, we know that scripture that says, and they stand on the corners and they look righteous and they do their prayers on the street to look religious. Or that's exactly, yeah. And then also it says that some of you will be thrown into prison. Some of you will be thrown in synagogue. Well, I don't want to give them credit of being a synagogue, but they are synagogue-like because of all of their teachings and constant. They're very legalistic, and so Christ was always going against the legalism, and he was healing people on the Sabbath, feeding people on the Sabbath, and he talked about saving the one lamb. You know, what would you do? And so is they discard the single lamb, me, you, Linda, David. I know David's not a Jehovah. Sorry. You're not a Jehovah, David. Thank God. That's Jehovah. Witness. Yeah, they basically single lambing. Goodness, I'm making my own words, but they're single. Do you notice how we all have a story? We've been singled out, and Jesus said, "Carry your cross." So each one of us will have a cross, and so this is the stories that we're telling are just one of many. But there are people coming out of Mormonism. There are people coming out of Scientology, and all this. Well, Scientology is not, and there are people in Christian churches that are getting thrown out because false teachings are coming in. And in the book of Amos, it talks about a spiritual famine. It talks about in the book of Daniel and Ezekiel, and in the book of Revelation, it says it's all in there. It's all describing us and other people who are being, if you are truly, born again, you will be isolated at times, and we're all going to have a different story. But that faith that we can have, like the thief on the cross that knew who was the Messiah, who was their Lord and the King. That's my King, and I'm watching, and I'm not watching the Watchtower anymore. I'm watching, so I'm not going to be distracted, but just a bunch of distractions, So,
Well, I'm gonna tell you, what's your name?
Well, I have a stage name. It's not one that it's kind of comical, and it's not meant to be derogatory, but I'm known as Diarrhea Mary.
Okay. All right.
And is there a reason behind it? Yeah, there's a reason behind it. Yeah.
Listen, Miss Mary, I'm gonna tell you, my lady. This is one thing with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Of course, you can't break out a Bible because they'll get in defense mode. You can't break out scriptures. but you can paraphrase them, and that's what I like to do. I mean, you were talking about the memorial and how they deny it. Of course, they don't see this, but if you tell them, say, listen, go to John 6, and at that point, Jesus was he was talking to a group that was following at the time, and he said, listen, you drink my blood or you eat my flesh, and you have, or if not, you have no life in you. Now, the people in the crowd said, why is this guy talking like this? That was X-rated talk for that time. Even his disciples turned away, said, why is he talking like this? We can't stand it. And he was telling them, right, so that's the way they were looking at it. How can we eat your flesh? Right. How can we eat your flesh and drink your blood? But what he was saying is he was setting them up for what would be the Passover meal, when the disciples ate the bread and drank the wine, which is representative of his blood and of his body. And he says those that do this have life in them. He said the ones that don't have no life in them. And this is the analogy you have to give them. If you go back and read John chapter 6, those people, if we took them and we had a time and we brought all of them till today, and we sat down in the Kingdom Hall, he said, when you were back then, he said, eat my flesh and drink my blood. They would automatically know that bread and wine that's being passed around is what Jesus, when they saw and talked to directly, when he spoke to them, was saying. This is the symbolic meaning of what he was saying. They would know it 100%, and they would gobble that wine and that bread down. Now, if you take the JW in any congregation and transport them back to John 6 and say that, eat my flesh, drink my blood, or you have life in you, they would automatically know, oh, that's symbolism for the bread and the wine. So no matter which group you go forward or backwards, both would understand the significance and the symbolism of that bread and wine. It's not supposed to be passed around and passed over in the way that they do it.
Exactly. It's satanic.
Exactly.
It's a ritual, and it's of the. You think it's a low form, but it's not. It's extremely dangerous. It's of demons, and and so Jesus talked in parables, and the only ones that could understand were his. The reason witnesses don't understand their own Bible is not him. They're not his. I'm sorry, but anybody listening, if you're going to those meetings and stuff, you're idolizing man, and you are part of the Antichrist. You are by virtue of you sitting in that chair and idolizing those men. You are in deep sin. I mean, I had to repent. I didn't even know, but I was doing the same thing. I was people pleaser.
I'm gonna tell you, my lady, why most JWs that are either borderline wanting to leave or just borderline, listen, I'm gonna stay. It's only spiritual darkness out there. The reason why is because they have a problem with the doctrines and theologies of what they call Babylon the Great, whether you want to call it a Trinity, being born again, whether Jesus was created or not created. So you have to show them, and it doesn't even always take pulling out your Bible and scriptures, because they know, just like we know certain words of their terminology, they know what you're saying. And I always say everything is focused. It can always be brought back in what I like to call full circle to that John 1:1 in their Bible. Even if you go to Isaiah, right? Even if you go to Isaiah, it says, no God was formed before me, no God formed after me. Here's John 1:1 calling him a God. I say I agree with them. You say, well, explain to me John 1:18. He's the only begotten God. Okay, God said, none before me, none after me. You say Jesus is created. Okay, let's say I agree with you. If he was created, was he created an archangel? Like you said, let the words convict them. It doesn't say that. You say, well, Go ahead.
It depends on the spirit that you're talking to. If they are seeking him, open the door. But if they're not seeking him, he hasn't chosen them. So you could be just talking to a brick wall. And so like,
I understand that, but the spirit that he gives should be complete for all things. So even if their spirit, right, even if their spirit is hardy and not opening up, it might not be for now. Just like it says when seeds go on rocky soil and good soil, you just want the seed to fall there and show them the difference. You never pull out a Bible. You say, listen, if you say he was created, then he's created an archangel. How can a God be an archangel? If it says that he, John 1:18, he's the only begotten God, how can he be a God? Now, if God said, I alone stretched out the heavens and the earth, who was with me? In the scripture, it said, who was beside me or besides me? Nobody. It says in Psalms, he said, there is no rock but me. I'm the only rock. There is no God. So if you say there is no God, this is Jehovah. Let's say you say, I take Jehovah's word face value if that's what he said. If there is no God, you're polytheistic. You represent or you have two gods, whether you worship that other God or not. So you have to just put the basic things there and say, listen, I'll start a study tomorrow. And I always say, I'll get baptized if you can explain this to me. And most times they're not going to come back, but the seed is already planted. And let Jehovah and Jesus cultivate it according to his time.
Right. Exactly.
Because it's not.
Well, you know, they don't know their Bible, so if you're able to provide an answer if they have questions, it'd be their very thing. That's why I pretty much stay silent here and I don't come out and tell them what I think they need to hear. I'm waiting for the spirit, you know, God to tell me, or, well, I don't hear from God, but, you know, I just think it's best for them to see my life and the way I conduct it. And rather than be like them, you know, and judgmental, I let them come. They come to me and they talk to me, and I'm just like a normal person, nice to them, kind to them, smile at them. And they know they've harmed, they know what they've done in the last 8 to 10 years. They're just now coming around talking to me now, but they would have left me for dead for 10 years. And they say, why is she so nice to us? Why does she so love us? Well, you know, it's like, that's the cross, you know, that's the, you know, that's turning the other cheek. But at the same time, I respect what Linda, what she was trying to say. Is we're not doormats. Absolutely not. Turning the other cheek does not mean being a doormat.
But here's the only thing that I say, and my approach is different. I mean, shows like Linda, I mean, she helps people, you know, healing after the Watchtower. You know, you have to have a place of comfort and support where you can talk about different things. My approach is a little different. I bring things to light to them because most JWs, new or old, us or someone else, you came into the so-called truth because of those scriptures, and you said, wow, nobody else showed me this. You have to show them things that they don't know about. It says in Acts and other scriptures, it says that Peter said, repent and get baptized in the name of Jesus. It's about 6 or 7 scriptures there. So you can ask the JW, say, listen, can I get baptized in the name of Jesus? And they'll say, oh, of course not. You have to be Jehovah Jesus. You know, you say, well, that's not what the scripture says. It says this. Then you have to show them, you know,
that no one comes to the Father except through him.
Through him, right. But their main theme is the first teaching of Jehovah. Now it says in Acts, I think it's 4:12, there's no other name under heaven which man can be saved. Now you have to make them realize that you realize what they're saying, under heaven, because everyone in heaven is already saved. Jehovah has already saved them. So now he saves us. In Hebrews, he speaks.
Mic drop. Mic drop. I loved that. Mic drop. Okay, go on.
Yeah, he speaks to us through his son. So the son is a doorway. That doorway is him. You can't unlock it. You can't pick it. I don't care how many videos you watch on YouTube. That's a spiritual lock. And it's by faith and grace that you can even approach the door. So you have to show them things like that. And those are things that they think they know, but they don't know because they don't realize it. So if you ask any JW right now, if your life was on the line, who would you call to save you? 99.9% of them are going to say Jehovah, which is nothing wrong with that. But if you had to be saved, it says that the name under heaven, these are Jehovah's words, not mine. You know, these are the prophetic words, is the Lord Jesus Christ. Because Jehovah is, go ahead, I'll let you speak, go ahead.
Yeah, they're looking towards the pure language, memorizing the pure language of the week, going to all the meetings and check. And so they're so hyper focused on getting the next magazine and people pleasing the next person to get their field service hours. They're not realizing that it's so simple. Jesus Christ is the only way, and to keep watch for him. And they don't. It's so easy. The burden is light. The yoke is light. And it's like when I quit being a Jehovah's Witness. No kidding. My entire recycle bin, and it's huge, full of books. I wish I had kept, by the way. I had a lot of old books, but it was full. And I remember being so paranoid, thinking that the witnesses were going to stop by and see the recycle bin full of books. But I got rid of them because it was just a burden to have to read. I don't know how many books y'all had, but I had all kinds of. Remember the bound volumes where we could do our research and. Oh yeah, I mean, I had all that, the concordances and everything, and I just remember feeling so, when I finally, I didn't know who Jesus really was until just a couple years ago. Did I realize that I had to kind of say, God, I can't stand this anymore. I can't take this diarrhea anymore. I can't take these people. They're abusive. I feel sick to my stomach. I'd rather just not be with your people. And I literally told our, at the time, living God that I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I give up. I'm not good enough for your people. I'm not good enough. And so it's so silly. It sounds crazy, but when you're brainwashed, when you say you'd rather die in Armageddon than go to a meeting, how bad is that?
It's not crazy, and you are not the only one that came up with this. Thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and they don't teach hell, which is real, by the way. Oh boy, it's hell real. And so,
I made the same decision.
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah.
Same thing.
Burned me up.
Exactly the same.
Oh,
that I wasn't good enough for God's people, and that I had just resigned myself. Well, if those are the rules, I guess I'm gonna die. Better get the most out of life while I can.
Oh my goodness. And because they taught us that there was no hell, I was like, well, then what am I losing? I mean, I might as well just gain the next 20 years and do better things like be with my dogs and maybe get a better car and finish my college education, which I did. I went to college.
Hey, Linda?
My college. Huh?
Yes. Did somebody call me? Yes.
Yeah, Linda. I'm gonna have to go to bed. You take it easy. Be careful.
Hey.
It was great talking to everybody, and
thank you for chiming in tonight, David. Love you.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you knew what happened.
Okay.
But
thank you, hon.
Everybody, prayers are with you. If you pray for my wife, you don't have to pray for me. God's already delivered me to where He wanted me to be and everything else. So I walk in faith. I don't walk by sight. Okay?
God bless you.
So I'll let you guys go. You take it easy. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good night, David. While I have the mic, I just want to say that the organization sets rules up that are unattainable on purpose for us to get to that place of, I guess I'm not going to be able to, live up to this, and feel that there is something wrong with me. This is strategic, and they did this on purpose. And another thing I would like to add is an antichrist, and the scriptures say that there would be many, is anything that takes the place of Christ in someone's life. So, has the organization taken the place of Christ in the members' lives? That's a question you can ask yourself. So that's what I wanted to add, but please go on.
100%. Absolutely, Linda. What a burden we were under.
Yeah, exactly. And they presented it as though it was achievable if we would just, not give up. And I think every year they come up with, don't quit the race now, man. We're almost there, And so they know it's a struggle.
They presented it like it was a privilege.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like
yes,
it was a privilege to suffer that much.
Yes.
Oh my God. You guys, honestly, when I look back at all the years, and I wasn't born into it, I'm exhausted when I just ruminate over all the what I did and all the having to dress the way I had to dress. Oh, I just exhausting.
Man,
it is.
On a Saturday morning early, showering, dressing, going out witnessing, coming home, doing all the yard work, then studying the Watchtower, doing more yard work, getting beaten because you didn't do the Watchtower good enough, then straight into the Watchtower study on a Sunday. And that's your entire weekend gone. Then straight back into school, and you're repeating it over and over again.
Remember your heart beating when you're in the car and you're reaching over to make sure you got all your booklets for theocratic? You're like, did I?
Yeah.
Do I got it? Yeah, and you're like,
oh, I may not have the kingdom ministry, which means I'm going to get punched in the face by my dad in front of everyone. Great.
Right. Yes. Oh my
and
God.
This was normal. This was normal to watch another Jehovah's Witnesses child be punched by their father. This was normal. And when we saw it, we knew better than to say anything.
I remember people coming up to me after the meeting and going, did you forget your kingdom ministry again? You got to forget. You got to stop doing that, Brad. What's going on?
See it. You deserved it.
Punched in the face. I'm not sure. I just love getting punched in the face. I just can't get enough.
It's all the accusers are at the hall. The scripture talks about the accuser. Satan is the accuser of the brethren. And yeah, when I read the scriptures now, I'm like, whoa, slap. It was all there. I was walking into the pit of the enemy. When you walk into a hall now, I could never walk into a hall.
In sheep's clothing. That's all I see. Wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere.
And they're just judges and pedophiles, and I look at them so different now. They don't even know, but when I see them at the post office, I look at them like not judgmental. I know that I'm not going to die in Armageddon now at this point, but I look at them really different. I'm thinking, how are you not exhausted?
One day when I get the balls, I'm going to go to one of the meetings, make a whip out of rope from outside, sit outside slowly making a whip, and then I'm going to go in there and just start turning over chairs and tables and shit.
We do not recommend this behavior on this show. This is his own opinion.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Just want to make that one clear.
This is all my own thoughts. Nobody in 6 Screens is telling anyone to do that. That's all.
I do understand the fantasy, but we don't encourage the behavior. Yeah.
Really want to mess with the witnesses? Go to a different city and start up a study, and don't tell them who you are. and then just like ask him questions when he comes to the house, going, man, how do you wear that? Like, isn't that kind of hot? And just
I've done this many times. I've done this many
Go to
times.
another Kingdom Mall. Go to another Kingdom Mall and just give a talk. Hi, I'm a visiting brother from Australia. How do you do? My name's Brad.
You know what? I'm definitely not going to miss the potties. I just remember being in the meeting and it was just like, God, oh God. And then you go back there and it's like, I remember wanting just to stay in the bathroom, not even go out. And it's like all the ladies are sitting there with the kids and stuff. And I'm just like, it was just very boring and boring. And then at the end of the meeting, you got the guy, you know, standing in front of the booklets in the book counter, and it's like, can I have another Revelation book? Yeah, great. Oh, yippee! It's like boring. Like, oh.
See, that I believe is strategic as well, because if you're bored to death, you begin to kind of disassociate. And when you begin to kind of disassociate, what's being reached more easily is your subconscious mind. So what you're being indoctrinated with actually is more successful. Does that make sense?
Are you saying, no, okay, so are you saying that the book counter and the boredom is part of the indoctrination?
I'm saying the boredom is.
Well, but how does that make us want to stay?
You become more indoctrinated.
Being bored and listening to that monotone roll all the time stops your brain from questioning things. It's a sign.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, correct.
It will move past your consciousness, straight past your consciousness where you want to stop, where you would normally consciously stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
we sit there and we look at all those cartoons, demonic war scenes, and in the magazines while we're sitting there, and we're getting in. Oh my God!
And you're looking at all like, you remember when we were young, the pictures in the publication, some of them were quite distressing, right? People dying and on fire and Armageddon pictures. While you're listening to this drone going on, that's helping. Yeah. Those pictures are helping you to disassociate with those people that are really in those photos, i.e. your neighbors, your friends, your family, people that you don't really want to die like that. Like I've told this story before. I had this best friend that was a worldly kid when I was in year 1, and my mum made me hang out with him because he was a kind of misfit like me. He had no friends. His name was Liam, and he died one day on a beach. He had a hole in his heart. He just fell over and died one day. And my mum took me to his house to see his mum after he had died, you know, to say sorry and all of that sort of stuff. And she really wanted to meet me because she hadn't met me. And while we were there, she said, "Hey, look outside. When you see the brightest star at night, that's Liam. So don't feel bad." And then my mum goes and gives me this look, like, "You're not going to let that pass, are you?" So I sat there to this lady. "Oh, that's actually not true. That star is just a normal star. Liam is dead. He's going to stay dead. The Bible says he's going to stay dead because you don't worship Jehovah. And because you don't worship Jehovah, he's gone. He's gone forever. You're never going to see him again."
And you're telling this to a grieving mom? Oh, God.
To a mum that's just lost her, like, 6-year-old child, 7-year-old child. And while I was doing it, I felt like I was doing the right thing. I felt, yeah, Jehovah loves me for doing this. Jehovah's going to reward me for being so mean. That's that disassociation that I was telling you about, Brad. Brad from Australia.
I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Brad.
Brad. Okay, Brad, you're very funny. Okay, Brad, this is funny. We all have these stories, Brad. Trust me, I had a lot of
that's going on. That's that disassociation though. That's what they're driving with that constant draw with those pictures, with everything, all the information they're getting, desensitizing into the horrible message that you're supposed to be giving other people. That normally, you tell a 6-year-old to say that to a mum, and any 6-year-old is going to go, no. I know that I'm only 6, but saying that is wrong.
It was absolutely. That's why I felt like such a weirdo when I quit going to the meetings, and I still do feel a little weird because it's like we were taught to think a certain way, and that it's us against them. It's not even us against them. It's just that the field is them. But we weren't even, it's really weird and it's really sad. We really didn't love them. We didn't judge them. We weren't loving them. We were judging them. And so I still today have thoughts about the things that I thought. And then at the same time, you're creating this weird social ineptness from their indoctrination that I still feel like I think I'm a little weird because, if somebody...
I get told I'm weird all the time.
Yeah.
And it's all because of those social problems that I have.
Or we might think we lack social cues, or we're, and maybe we don't. It's just our perception. But nevertheless, it doesn't really matter if we are weird or people think we're weird. It's weird to go, hey, do you think I'm weird? Hey, I was just you in line, and I'm weird. I mean, you can't even ask people. It's like, you'll never get the answer. It's just like, it's like finding comfort in your own skin, being an extrovert. The only people who really resonate with are extroverts.
What was the question again? I missed it.
I think a lot of it is we're getting over the trauma that was caused on us, but we also have to get over the trauma that we caused on others.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah.
We focus on those feelings that we've got for ourselves, but not the others.
First we're shunned by the organization, and then we shunned the people that we shouldn't have shunned that we kind of need now. And so we're just...
See, this is the thing. This is the behavior. I know. I'm so glad you can laugh about it. This is the thing I was talking about when I started the show. We end up behaving in a manner that we never thought we would, or doesn't even make sense. So if they can get us to think a certain way, then we would act a certain way,
I would love to go to my family and go, I'm really sorry for all the years I shunned you. Yeah, because they told me I couldn't talk to you, and I shouldn't talk to you. And now you've shunned them, and now you're shunned. You got nobody.
Yeah. You remember how I said you were going to die? I wasn't going to die because I'm one of the chosen people, and then I laughed about how you were going to die. Turns out I was wrong. God. Sorry about that.
Yeah, right. It's like the joke's on us, man. It's like crazy. It's really weird. So you almost have to move to a different city after you healed a little while and realize you're not going to die, and get the hell out of Dodge. Move to a different city and just start over. Because that's really, seriously, what I can't wait. Like, I'm serious. Like, my husband's going to retire in a year. I just want to get out of this town. I'm so tired of seeing the witnesses every day. I see them every day, all day, every day. Can't go anywhere. It's like, it would be nice to start over.
I see ones that I don't know every day. Although, they're always doing that, what do you call that, trolley witnessing. So maybe they're not going to be doing that now. So maybe I won't see them every day. Cool.
There is this really cool YouTube video I found the other day. I forget his name. He's an older guy, and there was a convention, and the convention was Be Like Jesus, and there was like thousands of people coming out of the convention, and he's just standing there with the microphone going, "Are you like Jesus?" And they were just looking at him, and he said it over and over and over, and nobody would talk to him. And he would say, "They're just shunning me. I'm just asking them. This is what their convention is about.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Are you like Jesus? Are you like Jesus?
Yeah.
How about you? Are you like Jesus?
Yeah, he just kept saying it over and over, and then the video just made me laugh my heart out. Let me see if I can find it. I think I may have copied it here to watch him when I wanted to laugh. But he's just a funny guy. Yeah.
If it's who I'm thinking about, this would be in San Diego, and the guy is not an ex-Jehovah's Witness, but rather just a Christian dude that wants to witness. And he will do stuff like that. He'll show up at assemblies in a suit and mention, quotes from their literature and stuff like that.
And he's very sweet, very calm, and exactly, that's the guy. He's kind of tall, lanky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, I love him. I was laughing my butt off last night. I love watching videos like that where he's like, are you like Jesus? And like, they're like looking at him and they're like, well, isn't this what it's just funny. It's like, and when they're walking out, they just look like people I would not want to hang out with. I mean, and I'm thinking, I was doing that. Like, I was going there, and I was dressing like that, and like, they were just completely, what, one person talked to him, and then they just signed him on. It's just, yeah. One of the things that I always kind of thought was kind of weird was that even when you were around the witnesses that you were, quote unquote friends with, you still had to be really careful about what you said because you could be told on it any moment. You really couldn't be real around anybody. You might be in the back room get talked to. You couldn't really relax and you just be human.
But you could not trust anyone.
No.
As far as I could see, I couldn't. That's not fair to say.
No.
There's probably lots of ex-witnesses out there that actually have witnesses that they could have trusted during that. I didn't feel like I could trust anyone. If I went to anyone with any secrets or anything like that, you were like 2 seconds away from getting punched in the face by my dad. No way.
Yeah. Well, you want to know what's really weird about my situation is I had the witnesses that were just a joke. Oh my gosh. The witnesses that had power in the hall, they would say things to me that were bad, like dad, and they would say that to me. They were daring me, and they were like, "It's almost like they were putting in my face that they could do this," and I had to hold that in. I'm like, now if anybody else in the hall did that, they would be shit. But so they would like tell you things, and that really bothered my conscience because I thought that's wrong, And so, you want me? I'll do one. So I was in the presiding overseer's wife's bedroom, and we were painting it together. And in between her mattress was a book called "Why Men Love Bitches." And we were moving the bed, and the book came out, and I didn't even notice the book. She pulled it out, and she goes, "Take a look at this book," like that. And I was like, she goes, "You can't tell anyone." And she just looked at me like, "I'll get you if you do." And I just didn't get that. I felt like she was like exerting her power over me. And then another time, we were at the bookstore, and a couple of sisters, and they all crowded around the conversation.
What was the book called? Sorry?
Why Men Love Bitches.
Why didn't you respond with, "Oh, so that's why you're a massive bitch"? You've obviously been studying this book really well.
Yes, but you know that if I was
did you write this book yourself?
Yeah, it's so. And there was a couple of times where I walked by her husband's computer, and there was gambling on it. And and she knew I saw it, and it was a test of my.
Oh, my mum gambled.
Yeah, but and so then there was another time we went to the store, and they brought out the Kama Sutra book and put it on the counter and looked at me like, "What are you gonna do?" And I was like, "Nothing," and I just kept silent. And I thought, "What in the world are they trying to do?" Only thing I can think of, they were trying to haze me or something. Like wanted to see if I was gonna tell on them. Like they wanted to see if they could trust me with their sin.
This is an example of a cult within a cult, and this happens.
Yes.
It's not unusual. So that group of people were demanding your loyalty and making sure that you would not snitch on them. So you had to bring all your loyalty to them more so than the organization even.
There's a few things I can't say and I won't say on this show that they did that I was part of the reason why I got diarrhea. I could not do it anymore. I was just like, if this is coming from the top down at the hall, it just creeped me out. I was just like, what else? What are they doing? Like, it made me wonder if they weren't like swapping lives or something. And it just,
I've thought for a while that some congregations, some close-knit congregations, are little cults within the cults themselves. I've quite often thought that.
Yeah, there was I don't like to say too much on this show, but I just, I have a pretty good intuition and a very conscientious radar. And I do love Jesus and I love God. And it just bothers my conscience. Like, I really did want to be it sounds really cliche, but I really did want to be a good Jehovah's Witness. I wanted to serve Jehovah. Oh, goodness. I wanted to be a good little witness, and I don't mean...
No, I get it. I totally get it.
Right?
We all wanted to be that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, some of them, their consciences are just seared, and they got really cool positions in there, and they got really neat titles and positions, but...
I think a lot of it, some of it can be pride as well.
Oh, absolutely.
When you've told, when you're 70 years old and you've told everyone in your close-knit family, or all your friends and family growing up that they're all going to die and you're a chosen one, and you haven't spent any time with them, and then one day you realise that you could be wrong. That's a pretty difficult thing to do.
Yeah,
it's hard to admit when you're wrong. Especially that wrong, because it's not just wrong. It's very, very, very wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm still dealing with the ramifications of it. Trust me, it's just really sad because I put my heart and soul in being, thankfully I wasn't a bad witness, but I still was a bad witness being a good witness. I mean, it's still bad. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the good news is that you make...
Are you familiar with what gaslighting is?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I am now. Yeah, I started learning those terms, Linda.
Okay, so that's what they do when I was talking at the beginning of the show. When we hand over our decision-making skills, when we hand it over to the organization because we believe wholeheartedly that Jehovah is suggesting his suggestions. And that's how we can hear them and receive them. So here we have two choices, God's way or our way. And then we sometimes begrudgingly accept God's way because we believe it's God's way. And we end up doing atrocities.
Hey, Brad and Linda, how long were you all you guys in the org?
I grew up in it. And I was in it until about 9.
Born and raised.
Yeah, born and raised.
You go.
So I left about 1983, 40 years ago.
Oh my! And how long have you been out with that? Because you sound very still to me.
40 years ago. I left 40 years ago. So if you saw the Leah Remini special that she had on the Jehovah's Witnesses, there was a gal on there in a cobalt blue dress and glasses. And she was sitting on one of the chairs behind the couch and mentioned that her husband used to beat her, but he was later disfellowshipped for smoking. That's the comment that got Leah Remini to say, "Unfrickin' believable." She was my first apostate. She took me under her wings for years and just chose to be a friend of mine.
I'm gonna.
That's Cynthia Hampton.
It's breaking up again.
Okay, so that was Cynthia Hampton.
I'm gonna hang up and I'm gonna clear the line. I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, she's gonna hang up and call back, and that's fine. But you know, she helped me so much to just be. I can remember her telling me this story about how her husband used to beat her, and how he didn't get disfellowship for that. No, he was disfellowship for smoking. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's about right. When she told me he beat on her,
unbelievable.
Right? When she told me he beat on her, that didn't even faze me. That's how used to abuse I was at the time. Today it's like, oh my God,
actually,
that's horrible.
Doesn't make sense. It does make sense to say that, because if I heard that my dad was disfellowshipped for beating up kids, that would seem weird.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that shows my growth from that point to today. I now see how bad it was. But before, that was just a normal Tuesday for me, because I received many beatings growing up.
Oh,
you know?
God, Linda, how many?
Good old Tuesday.
How many? Do you guys have? Do you have family members that have left the organization, or are many of them still in?
Mine are all still in, and that's
I'm the only one that's left.
Yep, me too. So I'm not only the black sheep, I'm also the rainbow sheep. Just to make it better.
So you're the only ones that are out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my. Ew. And wow. Well, thankfully, I'm glad you're out.
We are too. We are too.
Yes.
Man.
Oh my God.
Quite thankful. Yep.
Kind of weird.
I was born and raised a Jehovah's Witness and left in my late teens.
And you left in your teenage years, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good.
Late teenage years, yeah. But like I tell people, I wasn't escaping Jehovah's Witnesses per se. I was escaping being beaten up every day at home.
Same with me.
You know,
I was escaping.
and just having zero time to breathe or do anything at all. You know what I mean? Like your time is constantly, and then when your time isn't being used, you get beaten. So it's like you've just got no time, and that really messes with your head.
Oh no, it does. And your family still goes to meetings?
Oh yeah. My oldest brother got made an elder a short while ago. There's another one down, another one by stuff.
Oh my God! And Linda, so do you guys see your family around town in the States?
So I see my family once in a while.
I see my family once in a while.
Oh, okay. So you're not completely shunned by him, but it's so weird.
So I was never baptized.
Than being shunned.
I was never baptized.
Go to. Yeah. Wait, Linda. What did you say?
I was never baptized, and it wasn't for a lack of not trying, because I did try. I just could not make sense of it. And my mother never really pushed me, and it wasn't until about, I would say 3 months ago, that I realized my mother probably didn't push it because she knew that she'd still be able to talk to me if I never got baptized, and she would still have that kind of control over me. The control that she used to use on me, I had no idea what it was based on. But today I do.
Yeah, and me being baptized is the reason why I'm shunned. But then
Correct.
it's kind of weird because now they're talking to me now. I think it depends on what they're teaching currently, whether
Correct. Yeah.
it's shun or love. I
When
think so I think it's really weird. Yeah.
when
So
I
like
when I do get talked to, it's usually very condescendingly. So that whole underlined, you know better. You know that this is the truth, and
oh yeah,
so
sure. Yeah,
it's
they're up there and we're down here.
correct. I'm not like on their level at all.
No, yeah. Oh, I totally get it. Oh my goodness, yes. Anytime I talk to a witness, it's like they've got the kingdom power and I don't.
Yes.
Hello, can I make a comment?
Christopher wants to make a comment. Sure. Let me have Brad finish out his statement, and then you go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, Brad.
I've completely forgotten what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry.
It does happen. So you go ahead.
Go ahead, Christopher.
That's quite okay. It happens.
Okay. I was listening to what you guys were saying. I'm going to give you something right here that can show JWs how condescending they are, how they won't admit false prophecy, how they won't admit their arrogance. And here it is right here. You tell a JW, you say, listen, I found this new minister, and matter of fact, he's predicted the end of the world. And I went behind his scriptures, I fact-checked him, and he is right on point. I mean, say it with some enthusiasm. They're going to be like, what? And don't let them get a word in. You say, listen, I'm telling you, say, hold on. I'm going to take this piece of paper, and I'm going to write down the date on it. Write down the date, and then over here, I'm going to write down something else. And then you ask the JW, say, would you like to know when the world is going to come to an end? And they'll say, okay. Believing that you're just a Babylon the Great worldly person. They're going to say, what's the date? You say the date is 3,800. No, 3,828. 3828. That's the year the world's going to end. This preacher is right on board. And they're going to say, no, I don't think so. You say, well, do you believe me? They're going to say no. I say, well, that's strange, because the only thing this preacher told me was that Brother Russell had dates right, 1914. So the only thing he did was double Russell's dates and came up with 3828, and the scriptures verify that. So do you believe that? They're going to say
oh
no
my goodness.
in their mind. Right. They're going to say no in their mind. But here's the thing. If they say yes, then they're going to admit, knowing that 1914 didn't bring the end, so there's no way this guy could have doubled his date. So if they say, yes, I believe it, then they believe Russell, and that was wrong. And yes, they believe this guy's wrong. On the other side of that paper, you wrote another thing, and the word is just no. I don't believe it. I made it up. And here's what you point out to the JW. Just because when I told you the scripture and I fact-checked this verse in the scripture is different than other people, how they look at Russell and Rutherford and the JW organization when you say dates. Just like you didn't believe he made a preacher and you didn't believe the date. But I only used double 1914. Why don't you still believe it? I used Russell and his verses as the fact check. Why don't you believe this 1328 year? That's because they know that prophecy failed and this failed. So they won't admit their error. And just by showing them that analogy, you'll be showing them, hey, the hypocrisy is right here, right in front of you. You can't admit to it. You're not going to admit to it. And you thought it was strange. That's how other people see Russell in his days. They thought it was strange. You thought it was strange that I could even say I believed it. People see you as strange. So that's how you get all that stuff they done to you guys and shun you and, disfellowship people for smoking and all these little infractions. Put it in a whole ball in a box and then present it to them. Like I said, you don't always have to. Huh?
They ain't gonna listen. They don't listen. They don't
no,
even.
It makes no difference if they listen. It's just like you said before, my lady. You said Jesus taught with parables.
Yeah.
It's just a small parable. The meaning that they take away from it is to know that, hold up, I can't believe this 3828 date, but I can believe 1914. I can believe Russell's dates were so accurate, but I can't believe Christopher when he said the preacher's dates were accurate. So it's self-conviction by their words also. That's what you have to do. And a lot of times that reaches them, that brings that superiority mindset down. And it deprograms and reprograms them just a little.
The ones that we have here, they're very haughty, which is the worst thing you can do, to test haughtiness and pride. And that's what they got. They're very, like, they definitely look down on me. Oh, yeah.
Well, if they look down on you, you ask them, you say, listen, I'm thinking about coming back, but, I was reading in some publications, people celebrating Christmas. If I celebrated Christmas, let's say 4 times, do you think Jehovah would approve of that? They'll say, of course Jehovah's not going to approve of that. Do you think that he will hold that against me? Well, you'll have to answer for that. Okay, apples to apples. Back in the day, they celebrated Christmas. Is Jehovah going to hold a strike against them or put a tally mark on them? Or are they spiritually clean, as they say? And you have to use what you use and what you know and what they know. So if it says...
Can I just make a comment real quick?
Go ahead, buddy.
Sorry, man. You just reminded me of something. So my wife is not a Jehovah's Witness. She was over at my parents' house maybe a month ago. No, longer than that, maybe 6 months ago. And my mum, who is a Jehovah's Witness, told her that Jehovah's Witnesses, and I haven't officially confirmed this information, but she told my wife that, oh no, we're allowed to wear Christmas shirts if it's for work.
See, that's the only thing.
Sorry to butt in. I just remembered that ridiculous statement that she made, and remembered that. And my wife told me, and I was like, no.
And how many Jehovah's Witnesses did you know that were celebrating Christmas on Christmas Day? I knew a lot. They all have dinner, and on Thanksgiving, they all had a turkey. Oh yeah, every time. All the witnesses still had dinner Christmas Day. Okay, so I got a funny one for you. So this is before I left. I started scratching my head at these people a little bit, although I still thought it was Jehovah's organization. I thought, if you all don't celebrate on Christmas Day and we don't celebrate on Thanksgiving, why don't we go witnessing? And I literally asked them, and I was testing them out. Hey, let's go witnessing on Christmas Day. You know how many yays I got?
How many?
So if they really, truly were against the holidays, why didn't we go witnessing on Christmas Day when we knew everybody would be at home?
We did. All the time. Every year.
I never had to do that.
And it was hell. Smelling the turkey.
I'm so glad that I never had to do that.
It was horrible.
Yeah, I get punched in the face at witnessing and then come home and get punched in the face by Dad. Forget that.
I'm sorry. It's not funny, Brad, but I'm...
No. If you don't laugh, you cry. I'm always happy to hear the laughter is there for a reason.
Oh, God.
And then you get to school. If you've witnessed to somebody that you go to school with, you're getting punched in the face again.
And they'll never
just for turning up at a bully's house. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you and
Dad. Yes, I escaped because of constant bullying. That's what I got. That's what I escaped for. Constant bullying at home, at school.
Brad, it wasn't bullying. It was just persecution.
Oh yeah. And I am a better person for it. God loves me more for that persecution. I used to think that shit. I used to think that.
Right?
I remember getting pulled up pulled up in class in front of the whole class, and the teacher goes, "I didn't see you sing the national anthem at the assembly. Now you have to sing it in front of everyone here." And you could have seen the big smile that came across my face, the huge smile that came across my face. She goes, "It's not funny. It's about to be." And that's when I gave the speech, this is against my religion, all of that stuff. Jehovah doesn't want me doing this. I will stand up and tell the truth no matter what. And no matter what you say, Jehovah will protect me, all of that dumb shit. And then when I was getting beaten up by kids at school, bullies and stuff, I felt like this is what Jehovah wants for me. I'm going through persecution like I'm in Nazi Germany.
Yep.
Oh my God. I really
Jeffrey Jackson could have learned from you.
God.
But when he was questioned, he said that would be presumptuous of us. You stood up much better than he did.
This is sad.
Yeah, and it's funny because when I first watched the Royal Australian Commission, it was those things that affected me the most.
Exactly.
That brother about corporal punishment, when they spoke to
yes.
Oh, that would be presumptuous on us. I was like screaming at my screen. My wife had to come in and go, "Oi, calm down. Like, you don't know the childhood I went through to defend it." And they're standing there with all the ability in the world to defend it in front of the world. It makes me angry. It triggers me even thinking about it now.
Hey,
right. That's why we have to laugh about it.
I hope there's people listening, Brad, and I hope that your words have helped people listening to this. You know,
I don't mind any of that. I'm just happy to be healing on my own.
Yeah.
At the big screen.
I hope that we're helping you with our woes too, because
absolutely.
It's been awful. I mean, I understand. I mean, I don't understand that part because I didn't grow up that way in grade school. I was born on April Fool's Day, though. If you can only imagine the bullying I got. It was.
I don't understand having severe diarrhea because of the stress that you had to go through, but I totally believe you, and I'm right there with you.
I did have identical bullying in school, not because of being a Jehovah's Witness, but because I was a gangly girl, and I was I was a very few white where I went to school, and I was literally, I was bullied every base we went to, and it was bad, and so and we weren't cattle, and I had to defend myself, and so I was bullied relentlessly, and I was an ugly little girl, so yeah, pretty ugly, and
I can't even imagine that.
Oh, I was. I mean, I cut my own hair. Geez.
That does happen, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so what Brad's describing is what I went through as a child, but not as a Jehovah's Witness.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad to me because it's like they pit you against the world as a child. It's like, that's, if they were really going to teach Bible teachers, they would say, love your fellow classmates, be kind to them, not stand up and be a dictator, know-it-all. Brad, I'm sorry if that's what they teach the kids to do. My youngest was doing the same thing at the hall, and then he'd come home and dictate to his dad, and then so basically, if you have like a family member that's not a Jehovah's Witness, can you imagine how they feel? Fortunately, my husband didn't endure much of that, and I kept to myself, and I was a very kind wife. And the witnesses would tell me, "Are you sharing this with your husband? Or if you tell your husband what we're doing here, you're bringing reproach on Jehovah." So any of the abuse or the things that they would say to me that was abusive, they told me that they literally would tell me, "Do not tell your husband you'll bring a reproach on Jehovah." Oh yeah. So, that part kind of was very unsettling to me, and part of the reason why I had horrible stomach problems going there.
This is the same thing that children.
Alcoholic.
Oh, how'd you know? Yeah.
Because you told us last time. But drinking red wine before and after a meeting will give you diarrhea. It's not, well, if it doesn't give it to you, it's not helping at all.
I used to bring the wine in the car, and then I would drink it. Well, I wasn't the only one that did that. I learned.
No, you weren't.
I know several that do that now. Do that now.
The other
My dad carries
taught me to do that. As a matter of fact, a lot of them pop pills to get in there.
To self-medicate.
They were doing it.
Yeah.
Me, on the other hand, I'm like, just a second, I got to change my diaper. No, I did not wear a diaper, but if I would have kept going, I certainly would have. Oh, gosh.
You would have had to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think what was bad is it got bad when we were on field service, and I was with one of the elders who just a really nice man. He was one of my favorite elders, and I just about pooped my pants, and I told him I got to go. It was so rare. I'm like, I got to go to the bathroom, and I just felt like, yeah. And then I don't even want to go into detail, but when you're out in field service, it's like, where do you go?
Right.
Pile back in the car, and go to the coffee store, stop at a witness house.
Yeah.
Well, not if you
hold it or you get punched in the face.
Yeah, right.
It's so sad, but true.
Even now, I can go days. I can go weeks without going to the toilet now. Weeks.
This is the blessing from Brad being raised in New York. He can hold that stuff right there for weeks.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Which actually has come in handy. It has come in handy. I have to admit. I do go camping sometimes. Sometimes using toilet and things like that. So it's like, ooh, thank you, Jehovah.
Brad, I wish I knew where you lived, because I would dress.
It's so sad.
And I'd dress up as a witness, and all my friends would say, "Come on, let's dress up as witnesses," and we would knock on your door.
Oh my goodness.
That could be dangerous.
It really could.
So, April Fool's Day. On April Fool's Day.
Yeah, not even for that one, honey. Yeah, let's pass on that.
No. And I would dress up as a witness, and all my friends, I would say, "We came to give you a hug."
Oh no. JW hugs. Oh my God. I know. Brad's all, yeah, that wouldn't work. See how this invasion of boundaries, it's like, we came here to give you a hug, and it's just like all these hugs, and it's just like they know they're going to be able to do it. Because
hey, you want to know how bad? Isn't that kind of weird though? We can tell Jehovah's Witnesses, even in the community, by how they dress.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's very vanilla.
When I come in, I had
very vanilla.
Come in and I saw the blood card in their wallet, and I like to make it known that I know what that is, just because they always are like, what the hell? And I went, "Oh, what congregation are you in?" And she kind of like hesitated a bunch, and then looked at me and goes, "Oh, you're not a Jehovah's Witness anymore, are you?" And I go, "No." And she goes, "I can just tell." And I was like, why? Because I've got long hair? Of course I'm not. I'm not crying right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? They do have a certain look, you guys, and that's my point.
They do, yeah.
When I was done, and this is when I was really done, I went through my whole closet and I got rid of all of my skirts, all of the Jehovah's Witness
shoes, anything I wore in service, gone. I didn't care.
Wow.
What if I wore it
Wow.
at the Kingdom Hall, I didn't care how much it cost, what it was. I got rid of all my jackets. I had nice full jackets. I expensive stuff, and I gave it to the Goodwill right here, and I laughed about it because I thought, it's going to be funny to see how many witnesses, because they like to shop at the thrift store, how many witnesses pick up my stuff, and wear it, whatever. But
Yep.
I couldn't do it.
You really started a new chapter. You got rid of the literature, got rid of your JW meeting clothes and meeting shoes.
All of it. Yep.
Yeah.
You really didn't like dressing that way, did you?
No, and I actually did the opposite. I would only wear jeans and like plaid shirts, and I went through a phase where, I just couldn't do it. Every time if I looked at anything, there were certain things you wore when you were a witness, and a bag that we carried, done, and couldn't do it. And I had expensive, I don't know if you guys went through this, but did you guys have your books bound where you took your, your Bible, your New World Translation, and your reasonings of the scriptures, and that other little booklet you put, and you send it to Canada and have it bound special with your name on it?
No.
I
I did see other people have it though.
My parents had that. I was never allowed that stuff.
Yeah, I got rid of all of it. Well,
Good for you.
part of the purging all that stuff, it helps to,
It really does.
Well,
I mean, I know some people want to save the literature and stuff for witnessing or unwitnessing later, and that's fine too. But this ritual of getting rid of stuff and purging is very cleansing for the psyche. So I'm really glad you did that. I can see how that really helped.
Did you do that too, Linda? Did you do it
No.
as well?
There was a time when I would not allow any Watchtower literature in my home. None whatsoever. Today I don't think that way though.
Clothes. I always quite liked the clothes, other than I don't like men in suits. That's about it. But I look great in a suit, and I thank growing up that way for looking and amazing in a suit and knowing how good a guy can look in a suit. Because wearing a suit for a man can kind of open up doors in the real world.
Yes.
I've never failed in an interview because I've always turned up in a suit, that sort of thing.
Right.
And what does wearing a suit say? The nonverbal statement is, I mean business, and I'm serious.
Right. I'm the
so
boss. I'm making the decision. I'm going to tell you how it goes.
Okay. But the women and how we were trained, we were trained to never wear anything too modern. We were to be very bland. So our clothes could not be too modern. We were pretty much to be a wallflower, to blend in with the wall. Just nothing standoutish at all.
Right. Yeah. Yep, that's how we were. Very much so.
Rather, I would call it kind of frumpy. I mean, the ordinary adult female, but I know there's a time that young girls will become teenagers, and there's that whole trying to attract a JW husband. Then their clothes might be a little bit more form-fitting and at the assemblies or whatever, but for the most part, it's to be on the frumpy side and to be very bland, nothing standoutish. Yeah.
Yeah, I was that way as well. There was a couple sisters though who dressed very provocatively, but it was weird. There was a couple that just dressed like Fredericks of Hollywood, but they didn't wear things that showed their skin. They just wore skin tight, and they wore those big 6-inch Fredericks of Hollywood heels.
Heels? Wow.
Typically, but typically they were single, though, you know.
Okay. Were they petite?
And yeah, they were very tiny. Yeah.
Petite women can get away with those heels like it's nothing. I don't know.
Yeah,
because when they're wearing them, they just look like the normal size of normal people.
Right. But you put them on a regular girl, it's like clunkety clunk or
they turn into a giant. Yeah, I'm 6 foot myself, and I've worn 6-inch stiletto heels for a Playboy. And when I walked into a firm, people were just like, "Whoa, what the hell?" Because it makes you very tall.
Funny. Oh God.
Let me just tell you what it's like when you wear heels. If you walk on grass, you literally punch holes into the grass, and you feel your heels slide down. It's so weird.
I went to a funeral like that one time. It's actually a pretty cool feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty awful. I went to my a funeral like that, and my heel kept sinking into the. It was only like a 2-inch heel, and then
oh wow!
Oh my goodness!
Just with a 2-inch heel.
And they make
wow!
They make your calves really hurt. They make your calf muscles really hurt if you've never worn them before.
Yes.
You're making me laugh, Brad. How often did you wear them?
Oh, I only wore them for a play. I played Frankenfurter from Watchtower Picture Show and a play once.
Aww.
So I had to learn how to walk in. That's funny because that actually was a big part of how I got out, doing that play.
Aww.
A teacher at school came to me and said, "I want to do Rocky Horror Picture Show," and I was in the drama class, and she said, "And I want you to be Frankenfurter," and I was like, "No, there's no chance. I'll be beaten up out of existence. My parents will never let me. No way." And she actually kind of got together with some teachers, put me on one night only in like a sequence show so that I could do it. And she became instrumental in getting me out and getting me into into contact with other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that would help me and stuff.
She did?
When I was young.
This teacher did?
Because I remember crying with her in the school office and going, I've been kicked out of home. Like, I don't know where to go. There's nowhere I can go. I know no one. And she goes, "You must know somebody." And I'm like, "We call each other brother and sister. I only know their first names. I don't know anyone's last name." And she was just like, "Oh my God, this is an actual serious problem." Okay. Let me see.
Wow.
She got her and a bunch of teachers helped me out.
Brad, how old were you?
I was 16 when I got kicked out of home, and it was because I stood in front of my dad who was going to punch my mum in the face. He broke my jaw and then kicked me out of home. And then I think it was like 6 months later, I got a call from mum telling me to come home because the elders had made him fucking ask me to come back home because I was only 16.
Oh my God! Did you go back home?
Oh yeah, because I was in a pretty bad situation at the time. But the police that took me there was a really nice lady, and because I didn't speak to men much back then, only women. Women were nice, and men punched you in the face. And she was just like, "Hey, I know an abused kid when I see one. Here's my personal phone number. Here's my home phone number. Here's my husband's phone number. I'm going to tell him about you. You call that number. You tell him. I'm going to tell him your address. He'll be there in 15 minutes, no matter what."
Oh my God!
But Dad, after that day, Dad never touched me again. He never punched me again after I went back home. But he also never spoke to me again.
He also never hugged you again? Okay.
He never spoke to me again.
Oh, spoke to you again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he speaks to me now that they have decided that they're fine for pretending none of that ever happened. But yeah, that's the Rocky Horror Picture Show story.
Good job on that one.
But can you imagine? Like, I remember going to her and going, "Oi, I've been punched in the face for defending my mum, and I'm being kicked out of home because I'm not a good Jehovah's Witness. What the hell do you think is going to happen to me if he sees me in 6-inch stilettos and lingerie on a stage?"
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And that's all I needed to say. And she was just like, oh shit, yeah, no worries, yeah. Leave it with me, leave it with me.
You needed something so drastically different that right there was a turning point. That is just fantastic. Wow,
Yeah.
you have an incredible sense of the way you talk about your.
What I like is that your drama teacher saw your talent, so much so that she helped you come up with a plan for you to be your gift.
Yeah, she helped me.
And didn't you enjoy it when you got to play that part? Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I look good in lingerie. Weirdly, I got really long legs.
I believe you.
All the way up. And they go all the way up. You add 6-inch stilettos to that, and they go even higher.
Yeah.
No, I liked having positive attention for once. You know, all the attention I'd received at that point had all been negative. Any attention that I got was punch in the face or like, no, you're not doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong. Jehovah doesn't like this kind of thing. And so it was really nice to be doing something and just getting praised for something that felt good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, entertainment is actually...
I rocked it hard.
See? I love that. You know you rocked it. You know you played it well. You know you delivered it well. And entertainment is actually incredibly important in society because it gives people a mini break. It gives people like a mini vacation when they go and see a show or a live play or an orchestra play. So they're everyday
being in it too.
Yeah, so there's people like you, and I like that. I like to perform as well, that are gifted. And when we get to be our gift, we feel centered and at one, like we feel at one with the world, you know, and we enjoy.
It makes sense.
It does. It makes sense. And
when nothing else did. When nothing else makes sense, it did.
Yes. That's what being your gift is about. Having that mentality. It just makes sense. This is where I'm supposed to be. And see, I see it in my granddaughter. So I can remember being a little kid and performing because it came natural to me. And when I saw it in my granddaughter, she was like, she called me Honey Mom. Look, Honey Mom, watch me. And I could see it in her eyes that it wasn't about her being conceited. It was about her. In her eyes, she was anticipating bringing me joy. She knew that I would love watching this, which is exactly what a good performer is. They want to create a certain experience in the audience for them to have that. And it's magic. It's absolute magic when that happens.
And I was a very quiet. I think all the confidence had been punched out of me at that point, and just getting up on that stage as that character, dressed like that, was enough to just bring all the confidence back. I was a completely different person after that night.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I can remember.
You can't be on stage. You can't be on stage in lingerie and 6-inch stilettos and be shy.
Right. Right.
Work at all.
I did a talent show in high school where I got to sing with a live performance with a band, right? And I remember the drama teacher telling me, we're going to have to cut off your performance because it's getting too late. And I remember looking at him and telling him, do you see those 5 rows right there? You're going to have to return their money. And I can't even believe right now I'm saying this. I can't believe I even said that to him. Like, it was such confidence and such oh, hell no. Oh, no, we're here to perform. Like, I expected it. I wasn't going to take no. And I was pretty much demanding that we still get to do it. It was yeah, you're going to have to give all these people back their money. Yeah. That's what I was doing. I was fighting for it.
Not away from me, mate. No. Yeah.
Yes.
Fighting for what you needed.
I was, wasn't I? I was fighting for what I needed.
Yeah. When teachers see that, they see it.
So I got to do this. I got to do the last song of the night. Mm-hmm.
Nice. And you get to close the show, which is even better.
Yes. It was a very good time. Yeah.
It's been nice talking to y'all. I'm so happy for you guys and that we can have fun out of the Watchtower.
Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? So please do me a favor, Mary, and I'm wanting to give you some homework if you're comfortable with doing this, and I'd like you to start Google narcissism and the characteristics of a narcissist and to understand how they work. Okay? Yeah. The more you understand a narcissist.
Yeah, it's kind of like a protective thing so I could stop maybe, because I do, it's funny you say that. I probably meant to hear that because I have, I'm a fixer and I like peace in my life, and they were such a huge part of my life for so many years. And I made a lot of friends in there. And I guess part of me just wishes I just had them all out and my friends,
Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
And I wish that for my family as well.
Yeah, because I'm a people, I'm an introvert, but it was, it was my family for so long, and it was a comfort to, that falls.
And that's what a cult does. They literally replace your biological family.
Yeah. Even it's very abusive. The abuse didn't really start until after I was baptized.
Right.
I was good to go. And then when I got baptized, it was crazy how they changed. It was night and day. Oh yeah, I was the village idiot. So yeah. So I think.
But you know what? Like Maya Angelou says, when you know better, you'll do better. So you did what you did at the time, however you did it.
Yeah. And they're not stupid people. I mean,
not at all.
Yeah, people think that, I do hear people get on the show and they go, they're all mentally ill and all that. And I don't disagree, but I just feel like they're just stuck. And I don't think all of them are, in it just because, their family's in it. I think they truly believe what they're being taught. Like, I do.
I do too.
They like the past mentality, and it makes them feel comfortable that they can just pick up the phone and have somebody help them out, and it's like a sense of, I know that the guy that, that brought me in, he felt that way. He felt like
brotherhood.
Organization. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was very big on the brotherhood.
Oh yeah, for sure. And but you know what though? Even though when I was in, I thought maybe I was a little weird, but truly, I still felt alone in there. I did. I felt weird because I felt like I really couldn't truly be myself. So
yes.
The friendships that I have now are real. If I pick up the phone, and I pray with a couple of my friends, and I've gone to a few women's Bible studies now for 10 years now. I've made some really good friendships with people who have also been in cults, not the same one that I was in. But
okay.
There's there's a, you start kind of, venturing out and start, it wasn't easy. It still isn't easy. I have PTSD so bad. It's like when it comes to religion, if I sense somebody's trying to control me, I get kind of like, ugh, I'll step back and won't go for a little while, or I'll just, and I know it's just me, but, or if I hear them talk, it sounds like, huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, you were going to say something. I was just kind of rambling. Yeah.
You were saying it's just you. That's not the case. It's not just you.
Really? You felt that
Yeah.
way too?
Oh yeah. I never
Oh.
ever had a sense of community when I was inside of the organization. They claim they have this brotherhood, but in actuality, they pit us against each other. It's a snitch society. So we could have never been really close, because if you would have said something, or I would have said something that went against the teachings, you've been trained that if you don't tell me to go to the elders and confess this, that you would give me an amount of time. Otherwise, you would tell me. Why? Because my blood would be upon your hands during Armageddon. So this would be actually a behavior of love for me. But we would never be able to get truly close because there was too many things that we could not share with each other. And it's, people are not stupid in cults. Cults do not recruit stupid people. Matter of fact, in the Watchtower, there was somebody that created what kind of engineer? The kind that makes spaceships. What kind of engineer is that? I can't think of it.
Aerospace? Aerospace?
A rocket
Yeah.
scientist?
Thank you. Yeah. So, I mean, they've recruited one of those and wrote an article about him and everything. And in, so they don't recruit stupid people. And the fact is anybody can be deceived. And that's how cultures such as the Watchtower will do recruiting, by way of deceiving. And they use us to do this deceiving when we used to go door to door. And why did it work? Because we were true believers. So the person that's being recruited doesn't even pick up on the BS because we're true believers. So the intuition would kick in if we were giving them a line of crap, right? But because we're true believers, their intuition didn't catch on because we're true believers, okay? And we wanted to recruit these people.
It makes them think this is true.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then
So anybody can be.
Yeah, we all had a dress code. Yeah, wearing suits and dresses and all that. They think, oh wow, they really take this serious.
Yes, nonverbal behavior. I mean, nonverbal communication. We meant business.
So even if you were half homeless and you're on welfare, you dressed in a suit and you presented yourself at the door as wearing the vest.
Yes.
Correct.
So
that works in real life too.
There was no poverty, appearance of poverty, none. So you couldn't even have if you showed up in your sweats because you went to the gym and worked out, you'd be in trouble.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You just said if he showed up in sweat, and that just boggles my mind. You know, like,
we'd be in
imagine
trouble.
someone at a Kingdom Hall in sweatpants or witnessing in sweatpants.
Right.
Might have to punch them in the face.
So someone in the chat just said they recruit gullible people. Yes. Usually it's somebody that has an idyllic view on life.
I hate saying it's always gullible. It's always vulnerable.
Hi, Gabby. Hi,
A lot of
Gabby.
people, they, I mean, asking the meaning of life, why are we here? That's a common thing. And if you get someone at the door while you're questioning that, and they have the answer, and they're confident about the answer,
right.
It's not so much that you're gullible; it's that you're vulnerable at that moment.
True, I agree. I see gullible and vulnerable very similar, and I was actually voted most gullible in high school, right? And I'm still gullible. I'm not proud of it, okay? So let's keep this to ourselves, right? But there's certain circumstances that can be going on in people's lives that make them much more vulnerable.
You know what got me?
Yeah.
You know what got me? Was every time, like, they'd show up at the door, I was always working or doing something. You know, always maintaining my home, whatnot.
Okay.
Wow, they got their skirts on, they're dressed nice, they're knocking at my door, spending this much time talking to me. Wow, I want whatever drives them. And
Yes.
and like, this is just too weird. But then it went on for years. And I'm like, you know, and then different sisters would show up and they'd sit there with their Bible and they had this sense of, well, so I thought.
Confidence.
Yeah, confidence, something I didn't have. And, you know, and I'm like, wow.
Got it all together.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, and I would always be, painting something, cleaning something, grouting something, building something. And I would always invite them in and be really nice to them. And I'm like, wow, you know, my neighbors aren't even as friendly as these people. Wow, this is kind of cool, you know, and we'd laugh and, I mean, go shopping together and then study the Bible together. And they were like, friends.
Wow.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Gabby in the chat said, people who are hurting, looking for meaning.
Hi, Gabby.
So
yeah, I agree, Gabby.
There's certain times that people are more vulnerable to be recruited into groups like this.
Oh.
And a time of hurting is one of those times. For instance, after you've lost a partner, you know, a romantic partner, either through death or a breakup, death of family members. If you move into a new town, you don't have a social group of people yet.
Yep.
And after you lose a job, maybe in between jobs, you're more vulnerable. This time that we've gone through COVID, people have felt very vulnerable, but at the same time, it has given cult members more time to lean back and analyze what they've been doing and why. And that has been the opportunity for people to wake up.
Yes. Well,
death of a dog. There was Gabby said death of a dog. Absolutely. It's hard. Yeah. Absolutely.
The thing that I didn't know though is they count a lot of they're counting field service hours also. What little did I know that they really don't like going out in the field, but they do like meeting householders like myself. Like they do find that if they actually have a study that's hook, line, and sinker, they do like that. But most of the time, Jehovah's Witnesses are very depressed.
Yes, they are, but they can't show that when they're there being the teacher and you're there being the student.
Yeah, so once I was engulfed in it, I found they were exhausted, slanderous, depressed. You know, I mean, some of the sisters that were on, a lot of the sisters were on antidepressants. So yeah, they were very depressed. And then when I got in there, there was one sister who was so anxious because she kind of grew up like Brad, like beaten up by her elder dad, and she was the nicest sister in the world, and she used to have to take antidepressants and anxiety pills just to eat meter when everybody knew it. She's so sweet, and she would only go out and field trip with me, and oh man, she is such a adorable. But yeah, that's the ones that I really miss, and I wish I could reach, you know. But they're stuck. They're lifers. I mean,
listen, the show before this one was with Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran. I'm sorry, but they looked like lifers before they chose to leave, and whatever it was that got them to leave, I'm not even real clear about. But things can. It's like a shelf. You hear this, and then you shelf it. You hear that, there's a little bit of doubt, and you shelf it. After a while, that shelf gets pretty heavy, and it can fall. which means you got to pick that stuff up again and look at it again. You know.
I have this secret fantasy that I'm going to get strong enough in the closet in my community in a big way and go after it. And start putting brochures out. And there's that you can distribute. I'm not ready for it yet, but I love baptize my community.
Oh my goodness, sweetheart, you're cutting out. I heard first that you have this idea that's a fantasy, and then you're telling us, and you're kind of cutting out. That's better, yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, I can.
I would personally. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
I think it would be great in my community to start a cult or religion. Just people that are interested in getting to know one another, having fun, and having something in common with just trying to change up, exiting from something and doing fun things together and just, I really think that more Jehovah's Witnesses would come out and whatnot if they knew that there were others that could support them. And I do. I think there's probably 4 or 5 that I know that would. It's just that I'm not ready for that kind of abuse from them because they're vindictive. If I was anti here,
there's Meetup. And Meetup, you can find an XJW group sometimes in there. And if you ever want to start one, that's an idea. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I found one a few years ago, and I talked to the guy, and it was a bit of a turnoff because he said that him and his wife were swingers, and I'm like,
oh no.
Me out. He straight up said we're swingers. I went, oh, you swing dance? Yeah, we swing dance. I go, oh,
that's a red flag.
You swing dance?
No, I mean, I said, you guys swing dance? Well, we're swingers. And I'm like, swinger dancers? Okay. And I'm so stupid. I'm still talking to him. I'm like, oh, all right. And then it kind of dawned on me. I'm like, yeah, I think you tell me they're swingers. I'm like, well, okay, so it's kind of like Brad, let's just go and do something completely different. Now, Brad, I'm sorry. That was a little bit of me going into Jehovah's Witnessing and then swinging is a bit much. But my point is witnesses, they're doing what they've got to do, but I so wasn't interested in that. So, anyway, maybe perhaps, there might be one at this point, but, yeah. I know that in my community, if you were to go present yourself as somebody who's trying to recruit them out of the hall, they would start some sort of, I know the brand here, Jehovah's Witnesses. They would be like double down on being weird around me, and I got to see them all the time. And I don't think I really want that. And I'm not sure if I can make it. But I'm just very pretty private person. Every time I see a witness, I go, please get it that you want out. I can't wait to talk to you. And nobody ever does. I go, hey, hi. And I'm hoping that they're going to give me a signal, of some sort. But they don't. They're in it to win it.
Yeah, and that's, you just don't know how things are. You just don't know, but when that moment comes, you'll recognize it a little bit more easily than we're swingers.
Yeah.
You'll catch on quicker.
Oh my God, no, it really did. I was like, what?
Gabby in the chat said, swing like monkeys.
Yeah, I mean, what was really
So
weird
cool.
about it was an actual XJW meetup.
Okay.
That's strange, man.
I'm like, so, I mean,
at the very least,
right?
you'll make friends.
Yeah, right? Oh, gosh. Yeah, that was kind of a little bit much. Like, no.
That seems like an irresponsible way of introducing an XJW group to a new XJW.
I know. It was very bizarre.
Like, I can think of, like, I'm thinking of the first time I called up the 6 screens, if Linda was like, oh, does anyone want to call in and also have sex?
Oh, God.
Shit.
I'm like,
You're making me blush, dude. Knock it off. Yeah, that would have been a turn off.
Group. Like, okay. But, I mean,
that's so weird. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember the trauma of being a Jehovah's Witness. Would you like to sleep with my wife? That might help you get over it.
I mean, that's the way I felt. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yes. I am really glad, though, he didn't ask me, or I'm really thankful, though, he was straight up. I mean, like, how
oh, yeah, true. You don't want to get, you don't want to be tricked into that.
Yeah. At least he was really open and transparent, other than the Jehovah's Witnesses that hide everything and they don't
turn up with a tray of cucumber sandwiches and a Bible.
Hey, let's start a ex-Jehovah's Witness new beach adventure. Great. Yeah.
Go and there's just tarps everywhere.
Oh, God.
Plastic over everything. I tell you, being an XJW is much different as being a Jehovah's Witness when you start to talk about your experiences as an XJW.
The only thing that was going through my mind is most of the men in my hall were just ugly, gross. Not like could you imagine the governing body group swinging? Yay, yeah, right on, let's go. You know, it's like I just. There was something about my hall that there was a couple of guys there that were normal guys, sort of, but over time, it's like the more you get to know them, the more it's like they really don't have any opinions, and they don't have a personality, and so maybe that's why they did that. They decided to do a swinger group. I don't know, but that means strange, but. I mean, hey, you know, I mean, I think it's wrong, but I can't judge another.
Okay.
But, you know, definitely. I mean, I would never do that. But it's like, well, what makes me think is that if you have to call it ex-Jehovah's Witness swinging group, how oppressed were you that you would go that direction? Or is it that people are actually swinging in there and then they swing out? I don't know. I mean, is it...
Who knows? It's actually not uncommon for if somebody was very, very held down, and if it's like a spring being held down, and once it's released, it just bounces outlandishly far, you know. And when somebody who's been oppressed and hasn't experienced freedom, it can be pretty outlandish and like they don't know how to handle it, so they can go far out in the freedom world.
That's
easily.
That's a very niche group, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a super niche group. They can't have many members. That's like what? Naked bird watching, but only on the top of skyscrapers. You know, it's like super niche. Only a few people are going to want to get in on that. Are you an ex-Jehovah's Witness? Yes. Do you mind if I sleep with your wife? No? Then you can join my group. That's weird. That's a a niche group.
I'm thinking that it's very few Jehovah's Witnesses that go to that extent, is what I'm saying. But there are. It makes sense that you could. I can remember even an elder. I can remember an elder talking to my mother, telling her that the way that she's treating me is so oppressive that when I finally do get freedom, I'm going to bounce. Like, and he was giving that example of a spring, and that I'd be bouncing like into this realm of worldlyhood that's going to be crazy, you know, because she wasn't giving me any freedom. And look what happened. Yeah. Actually, I haven't been too outlandish, actually. I don't think so.
No, I was just kidding. I don't find you outlandish at all.
No, not at all either.
That's cool.
Just the perfect amount of outlandish for me.
Awesome.
You know what? I think it's great.
Just enough to spoil my youthful habit, which is perfect.
Right on. You know, when you're in a group that tells you God doesn't approve of you unless you're somebody else, this is going to cause depression. You have to put on the new personality for God to approve of you. So you can't truly be who you authentically are, because Jehovah God disapproves of that. So you have to reshape yourself into being the character and personality of somebody else. This causes depression. This is not good for the psyche. So,
but you know, there are those that are really into it, though. I do believe that they would be depressed whether they're in or whether they're out, and they probably
that's possible.
out because they don't have any control over anybody. So I think narcissistic people are attracted to these things that are already in it and stay in it. There's a couple of people that I know that are the most narcissistic. I can't imagine them coming out and what they would be like.
Well, there's too much narcissistic supply there.
Yeah.
And they need that supply.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that. And then also there's a huge amount of opportunity there. So if you've been in jail or you're, pedophile or, you can go in there and, become a pioneer or a minstrel servant or, you could be a Watchtower conductor. And, and you could, sign up for building, and so it's like, I found that some of the people that were so annoying were people that just they dug having that like power.
Yeah.
There was a couple of really nice elders. There's a couple of really nice elders where we are, and but they didn't have any balls. They're just, and I hate to say it like that, but they just don't. They are a complete yes men, to the organization. I mean, their talks and stuff, I don't know, but were they pretty much canned talks, So
that's the kind of personality that functions very well in this organizational system. Are yes men.
Right.
So there are a few personalities that work and function well under, these kinds of, what is it called? Institutions. But for the most part, most people don't. So when they're trying to change themselves to please Jehovah, because, if we act this way, it displeases God. If we act this other way, it pleases God. Like, that's the basis of why we behave in a certain manner. This is a manipulation tactic that we will hear from the Kingdom Hall or jw.org all the time. That promotes certain behavior.
Well, you did a lot of research on this stuff, and I'm learning a lot.
Are you? Good.
Oh my goodness, yes. I've learned a lot, and it makes complete sense. And then when you break it down like that, and you see how we were being, and I do believe it's no mistake. It was systematic.
Absolutely.
And then they also make sure that you have no other time.
Yes.
You can't even really breathe. There's no, because if we weren't going to our meetings, we're planning on a convention or a district assembly or whatever. There was always something in the loom, and they would talk about it for weeks on end on how we're going to prepare and like what you're going to wear, or how you're going to line up. I've always been a little bit rebellious by nature. I don't like it just because I was kind of told what to do growing up so much so that I just felt like I didn't have too much spirit of my own. But one of the things that used to irritate me at the meeting, and I thought it wasn't really very was read the business aspects, and then they would read like the letters and stuff. It just, we'd have to, they would agree on things because it's a business.
Yes.
Corporation.
Yes.
It just didn't feel very church-like. It wasn't.
Right. It's really not very church-like at all. I mean, mainstream Christianity is not like a Kingdom Hall meeting at all.
How did you feel, Linda, about those hotel situations? We would have to there's like 3 or 4 hotels that you have to choose from. You are to call and do this on this, Did you dread that?
I wasn't involved in the hotels because the places that we had assemblies, my parents would drive to them. So we didn't travel far enough to need to get a hotel or motel. But yeah, that was all.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we did, and I didn't like it too much because it just felt very contrived, very lonely, and very weird.
Yeah, you get micromanaged almost everything you do.
Yeah, but if you talking to you because you grew up in it, you still felt that way, micromanaged.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was in the 5th grade, and I finally got into choir. Love to sing. I love to sing. And I asked my teacher if I could sing this one solo, right? Here I am, first, second day of class. I'm like, could I do this solo? Handing him a 45, right? And it was like, it was a song from the movie Billy Jack called When Tin Soldier, okay? I wanted to sing that song so bad. He listened to it. He listened to me sing, and it was a pretty good possibility I was going to be able to sing that song as a solo. My parents find out I'm in choir. I find out I can't stay in choir because they have a Christmas concert. So I, in the 5th grade, had to walk down to the office and sign myself out and tell them how it's against my religion. I hated every single minute of that. Every single minute.
Oh, boy.
So yeah, I was micromanaged. Damn right I was. And you can hear the resentment in my voice to this day.
Yep.
For that's what I had to do because that's what I was informed of my parents that I had to do. So when you have spiritual leaders and parents directing you on what is the proper way to live your life, and they're all influenced by the organization. I mean,
yeah. Meanwhile,
they have to make. Yeah, it's awful.
And meanwhile, I can't imagine. Meanwhile, yeah.
It's a turning point because I know exactly what you're talking about, and quite often that's the very first time you have to do that on your own. And I feel like, up until that point, my dad took everything away. Like that, you can't do that. But in that situation, it's you. For the first time, you're taking something away from yourself, and it hurts.
And I didn't want to do it.
Want to do that? Your mind is just no. It sucks.
Didn't want to do it at all. I love it. Gabby wrote in the comments, "Peace on earth is all it said." That's the line from the song Winton Soldier. But please, guys, that's so cool that she knows that. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. It was forced from my parents telling me, no, 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 you can't do this. No, 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 hold me back, hold me back, hold me back. That was the first thing I had to do to hold myself back. I had to walk through that, say things that I didn't necessarily agree with, nor did I believe, but I did it anyways because I truly believed that this was God's organization at that age, okay?
Yeah. And I think that's the point where you turn into an actual witness. Where you start taking things away from yourself and then justifying it by, no, this is okay because this is what Jehovah wants. This is what the organization wants. I'm the one that's wrong here.
Yeah, I had
so wrong.
My sister's 2 years younger than me. 2 years later, she shows up at the same school, joins the orchestra, and plays the violin. And somehow, she did not have to march herself to the office and say that she couldn't stay in the orchestra because they have a Christmas, show every year. I thought that was crap. So when I got into high school, the first thing I did was put myself in choir and dared my parents to say anything. And from that point on, I went from my teacher going, "You're standing out," to learning how to blend in. And it was a joy to be in that. I loved being in that class. Absolutely loved it. So anytime a child that's a Jehovah's
Give yourself something back.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Good night, y'all. I'm falling asleep. I appreciate you.
Good night, Mary. Thank you for joining us.
Looking forward to talking to you guys again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Please do the homework of looking into what a narcissist is, okay? Check that out.
I'll tell you what I learned. Okay, I will. Thank you for giving me the homework. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Gabby in the comments said, Gabby says, I sang in the school choir in 3rd grade before the truth, okay? Sang like an angel, solo right up front. Yeah. She says, just 1 year, and she says, I was fearless. See, that's that whole thing when you're being your gift and you're enjoying it. It just seems like everything is right with the world. Matter of fact, before that choir thing in 5th grade, like before I ever started school, my mom had me in these dance classes. And the teacher picked out me and this other person in class, which was the only boy, to do a solo up front. And we ended up performing at the Pomona Fair. And I don't even know what stage fright was. It was like, yay. And the song was like, Papa. Oh, the merry-go-round broke down. It was like this Papa song. But it was like, but of course I was going to do this. It was in me and still is. And it was a very good time. So from the time I was that little and she had us in, my mother had us in like different things around town, she probably was later told by the older sisters that I wasn't supposed to do stuff like that. So by the time I hit the 5th grade, this stuff's not okay. And then, of course, doing any extracurricular activities, all of that is discouraged. I believe that when you get involved in extracurricular activities, or you start to go into pursuing your own self-interests, these are things that help you develop into who you truly are, because you're going to be attracted to things that you're interested in, right? That's something they have to cut off. They have to cut those things off and make sure that the only thing that you're getting to be, or the only thing that you're getting to develop, is your identity as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. They have to cut off anything else that would let you develop as an individual. So this is part of being socially stunted by the time ordinary members become adults and do things socially that are unacceptable in society at large. And when we leave the organization and try to assimilate into society at large, we're doing kind of some stupid stuff, but we don't know any better. This is normal. Yeah. Bob Roberts, who is Brad, who was talking a few minutes ago, gave a comment that says, actually to Gabby, I think singing is important to humans. It may sound weird, but singing really makes you feel awesome. Let me just say this. I agree with this 100%. And when I sing, I actually get a little bit of a high, much like a runner gets a runner's high. So I love to sing, and I get that little bit of a high. And I think it's about the breathing. I'm not real sure, but it releases endorphins in my head. So that's really, and I believe that this happens with people that can sing on tune or off tune. It doesn't even matter, that the endorphins can be released, and you would get a little bit of that quote unquote runner's high, but it's actually a singer's high when you're singing. Weston, listen, we had a misunderstanding 2 weeks ago. You were so kind to say that we could not hear me. We had a misunderstanding, and even I was within this misunderstanding. What happened was we were still listening to an episode that was continuing on that had ended, but the episode here on the YouTube channel was the end of another show. And then I started a show under a different link for StreamYard, and it was actually, people could actually hear me if they went over there. But if we were still in the area of the last show, you could not hear me. So everything you were saying was true from where you were at. So it was like, it just seemed like I was going to start my show right next in that same, like how you're in the chat now. It was just like that. So it was an accident. I remember even looking for the live chat, and I tapped into the live chat to the show that was before mine. And I remember watching it stop thinking, why did that just stop if I'm still live? So I even did it. So this whole thing, Weston, you were really, really where you were at, in the chat you were at. Nobody could hear me. And when you called in and said, we can't hear Linda, it was because you couldn't hear me. But you were not in the actual chat that I started my show in. And I wasn't either when I went into YouTube to find me and to where I could read the text like I'm doing now. So yeah, misunderstanding. And I appreciate that you did come in and did say, listen, we can't hear Linda, because you really couldn't where you were at. So yeah. If there is someone else that would like to chime in, the number is 727-731. Oh my goodness. I need to relook at it. Seven 731-6701. Yeah, I thought that was it, but I want to make sure. So if you'd like to call in and whatever you're in the mood to talk about, we can talk about that. And that number again is 727-731-6701. You know, we're in the middle of November. The holidays are coming up. Some of them will be holidays that we will have celebrated for the first time, or we will be looking at these holidays wondering if it would be okay with our conscience if we celebrate them. That is something that I ended up adjusting to on my own timing. So if it does work with your conscience to celebrate holidays, like we have Thanksgiving coming up and Christmas, if it works with your conscience, go ahead and enjoy the celebration. But I also wanted to say you don't have to spend a whole lot of money. You can just decorate in ways that make a difference, or show a bit of holiday in your home or your car or your workstation at work or your desk. It doesn't have to be a whole lot. I can remember when my kids were little and I was babysitting another kid, like both 2-year-olds. I took ribbon that was brown and made like a trunk, and then I took wallpaper that was green and made it the shape of a tree on the wall, and then took a ribbon and kind of went back and forth and made ornaments out of paper, because I did not want to put up a real tree with 2-year-olds and tell them not to touch these ornaments. So I made it to where the kids could touch this Christmas tree. It was a touchable Christmas tree. So find something that works with the lifestyle that you're living at the time. And when you give gifts, yes, they could be store-bought gifts, but they can also be gifts that you know you have that somebody else might like. So some people call that repurposing or regifting. But if you know somebody likes a certain coffee cup that you have, and they've always complimented you on it, there is nothing wrong with putting that in a box and putting some wrapping paper on it. And by the way, you don't even necessarily have to buy new wrapping paper. You can use the comics in a newspaper, or just a newspaper period, or a paper bag, and wrap it up. You get to make your own traditions, because those of us that were raised in the organization, we didn't celebrate holidays, so we didn't learn these traditions that are to be passed down. So we actually get to make traditions. We get to come up with our own. So for instance, when my kids were little, or as they were growing up, I decided to add communion to Thanksgiving so that we could be thankful for the body and blood of Christ. And it could be anything that was on the table that we were drinking, and any kind of bread. But we would have a time that we would go around the table and also share what we are thankful for about each other as a family. But before that, I would also share what it represents, as in the body of Christ and the blood of Christ. So you can make it look any way you want. You can make it any size you want. But I want to encourage you not to go into debt. It's just, it doesn't have to be that way. It can be simple, and it's actually what the gifts of giving at Christmas is actually supposed to be or I have always looked at it as being a representation of the gift that God gave us through his son and the sacrifice that he made through his son, the free gift of eternal life. And this is not something you can work for. It is something that you give to you. We were given. So I'm going to look at this chat here. The background noise sounds like Rick's great big beautiful heart. Yes, it does. And then Gabby put a purple heart. That's so cool. So if you do decide to celebrate holidays this year, just make it your own. Hi, who's this?
Yes, it's Weston. Yeah, I wanted to call in and
hi, Weston.
I appreciate you offering up that understanding, and yeah, none of my frustration lies with you for sure. It's just, yeah, I know that you got frustrated that night too about something else.
It was very confusing.
Yeah,
and another thing is I was calling you Chad because your voice sounded similar to this other guy I know named Chad. So sorry about that one. It was like, oh my God. I listened to it again and caught where the misunderstanding was.
Oh yeah.
How are you?
You know. I mean, I'm horrible, but you know, I mean, I'm alive, so it's all good. Really the main thing that I couldn't call in earlier because I had a headache. There's I don't know, on the main show there was some geopolitics that were being talked about that just made my eyes roll back into the back of my head. Had some relevance to what you were talking about with the Korean War. And,
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. People, I know you talked about the BITE model, and I remember bringing up the BITE model when I called in, the behavior, information, thought, and emotion control, which is very good.
Yes.
But also, too, I think just being a part of these organizations, you have to understand that your way of thinking is damaged by organizations like this. So, you know, believing in like, you know, a one world government, it's like, you know, I know way too much about geopolitics and Mao Zedong and the CCP, and it's like, you know, there's no reason to go innocent boogeyman, you know, in the closet when there's already one in there, literally. You know, it's like, why are we, you know, applauding people with grandiose delusions about things? Like, government's efficient enough to have one world government. Like, you don't know enough about government. But it wasn't anyone here. I don't believe there was like 150 people on, and it's just like, come on, guys, it's like Jehovah's Witness stuff. Like, it's not, like, let's not go off on, because I could go off on tangents. I mean, that's my middle name.
It's mine too, but don't tell anybody, okay?
Right. Yeah, I don't want to get into a measuring contest with anybody, but, you know.
I think a lot of what you're saying is true. I mean, these techniques are also brought into corporations that are large because the leadership in corporations wants things to work like a well-oiled machine. So when they incorporate some of these techniques and tactics, it works really good for the leadership of other corporations that present themselves as corporations and not religions. So it's a motivation thing. So it's not only used within cults, it's used in just ordinary corporations too.
Yeah, Linda, I actually used to be a part of a cult. It's called Discount Tire, and they dropped me like a hot rock for sure when I got injured. I mean, I got basically accused of being a malingerer by the insurance company that I still am in litigation with, and their whole entire mindset about the dream and stuff. It's like, you know, like, yeah, Mr. Hollywood's cool. He was in World War II, but like, you know, lots of people were in World War II. And using your vast amounts of wealth to influence politics and stuff is just, it's not integral. I mean, if we're going to use money that like, 'cause I mean, I would work like my ass off, just slave away. I mean, you deal with, employees and stuff like quiet quitters or, just people who are, trying to do the bare minimum to get not get fired. And then you have people like me who are, picking up the slack. And, it's like with Rick, what he was talking about, getting all this time and money. And I have been doing a bunch more research on Rick, just to psychoanalyze him more.
Rick here from Rick Farron from Six Screens. You've been doing some homework on him? Is that what you're saying?
Videos and stuff. Yeah. Just watch old videos and.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm very impressed. Good for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a little bit, different. So I always view people. I like. I'm a white hat social engineer. If that makes sense to you.
Okay. Do some homework on me and let me know what you find out. I'm curious. I've never thought about asking somebody to do some homework on me and find out. But now that you mentioned it, I'm like, yeah, do that with me. Let me know.
Well, I mean, just from what you were saying, I mean, I like you better than Rick, to be honest with you. I think that just the way you talk and stuff, and you're very articulate with the points, and you're definitely hitting like the bases and everything. But I think Rick has more of like a presenter style. I mean, he's definitely getting something right with the with
absolutely
production of the film. So that is good. I mean, I do like his personality. Don't get me wrong, but I definitely
too.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a whole tribe.
Did you mention the name of the group that you were talking about that was cultish? Was it a corporation?
Yeah, I said Discount Tire. And hello, Bob Roberts, my Australian brother. And that's
hey, man.
With whenever people start talking about geopolitics, it's just because we're still at war. Okay, the Korean War never ended, and when I hear people talking about stuff that they have no understanding of, it's like I'm going to be the one getting blown apart, in a tank. Okay, for defending Australia. I'll defend Australia. We have before. I mean, my grandfather, my great grandfather, he was in the Pacific, and my other great grandfather, he was in actual China, fighting for Chiang Kai-shek, working on P-40s, working and flying them. Don't know if he was in combat or anything because he didn't talk about it, but I never met him. But
my uncle was with you guys in Korea.
Wow.
Right? I mean, I'm sorry about Vietnam. That wasn't fucking cool, but I mean, if I got,
he was there too.
Yeah, I mean, if I got to spill my guts on the battlefield for you guys, I mean, I know you guys will be right there with us.
Oh yeah.
Help me out with something, Wesley. You said that you're using the term geopolitics. Help me understand what the geo stands for.
Geography. Basically.
Geography? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you get down to it, I mean, there's just politics of different regions. I mean, you have the influence of Stalin. And see, this is like, I remember saying in the chat earlier, like, I can never be happy again just because, I mean, I've learned too much, There's people just have learned too much. But see, that's just the thing is, with my disorder, it was named after a Nazi scientist. So this whole entire kind of like woke stuff has been working for decades to kind of subvert it. It's called Asperger's.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, again, I'm normal, you know. Apparently, we have a little bit more intelligence because we think a little bit different. But again, I have a lot of arguments to say that I'm not the smartest guy ever. I've studied, you know, like I really don't think that I'm anything special. But yeah, as far as
I grew up with someone who was Asperger's before we knew what Asperger's was, and that kid was brilliant off the charts. Like at 4 years old, he opened up this huge map, and we got to sit in the front seat because he could read it and give his mother directions, right? And would have like a train track that was connected to this big old huge 9-volt battery. Like he was always doing things that was way beyond his age, and so his intelligence level was beyond his age level. And I mean, I always knew we just knew he was on the brilliant side, but it wasn't until we saw each other after a when high school reunion. We talked, and he said, "Yeah, I went and got tested, and I found out I have Asperger's." And he's working at Edison at a desk that has like I don't know how many computer screens. Like he sent me a picture of it, and it's just like looks almost like it just looks amazing. So fortunately, he's found a place to work at Edison where he gets to be his gift.
I'm saving up money so I can build a CNC factory. I used to do engravings and stuff, but you know, I like money, and we're not in ancient Rome. Like my whole thing is like I love the Roman Empire. I love, but see, history is boring for a lot of people because there needs to be like lessons learned from it. Like the Emperor Vespasian, he's the emperor that you need to know about to really start understanding Rome. I mean, he was just a simple mule breeder, and it was thrusted upon him. Some people are just, well, I don't think anyone's born great. It's always thrusted upon you, Well, unless you're born really rich, but, I don't really think really rich people are that great. I mean, it's not that impressive if you start a business with $1 million, with a small loan of $1 million, But,
totally over my head, but it's cool to hear you talk about this because I know you know what you're talking about. But yeah, that's fascinating.
Keep talking. I am listening and I'm getting it.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Your buddy Brad is getting it. Yes. Keep talking, love.
Yeah, Mr. Roberts, I remember him, and I mean, I just enjoy the community. I mean, we're all viewed as apostate. I mean, I just Jehovah's Witnesses, so I mean, it really doesn't matter what you are. We're all in reprobate minds, and I guess if you want to psychoanalyze me more, are you familiar with Deliverance Ministry?
Yep.
Deliverance?
Yeah.
What would be Deliverance Ministry? Like deliver you from evil to salvation kind of thing?
Yeah, basically, like King James, he did the 1611, but he also wrote another book called Demonology. And,
King James did?
Huh?
King James did?
Yeah. Yeah. That
wrote a book.
Yeah. And
okay.
It's like a whole subculture of Christianity of people who will just go and exercise people,
Okay.
And, yeah, that's a real popular way, or a real good way to be popular in school, is to be in, because I was a Christian, so I was like 13, but
oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of adults talk to me that shouldn't have talked to me about certain things. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I've been, yeah. I mean, psychosis is a hell of a thing. You know, it's very sad. And talking about another thing, grandiose delusions. Are we familiar with that? Anyone with that?
Oh yeah, very much a characteristic of narcissists and sociopaths. Yeah, is that about right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
well, I mean, it's also for normal people too. But I would say that yes, narcissists and psychopaths are definitely the ones that are affected by it the most. I actually, I'm taken to a narcissist. Well, I'm not gonna talk too personal stuff, but yeah, I'm having to prosecute somebody, and he's a complete total fucking narcissist. Like, anyway,
I think they also call it main character syndrome.
yeah, yes, Mr.
As in, every person as they're growing up, they believe that, you know, that's why stories like Harry Potter and Star Wars are super popular, right? Because you're not the ordinary person you think you are. You're actually a wizard or a space wizard. But most people grow out of it.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing special about me is I'm 6'4", so, you know, I mean, but so I felt a little bit different, but that's it. I mean, just with being, and I didn't really know that I had Asperger's up until rather recently with me and my dad talking about it. But I mean, my dad's extremely successful with what he does. He's very high up in government, deputy chief and stuff. But you know,
Do you think he has Asperger's as well?
Oh, he does. Yeah. Oh, he does.
Okay.
He told me. I mean, yeah. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm his son. So you know.
Asperger's represent.
Right. I mean, it's just weird talking about people or talking about religion with people because I don't know. Sometimes I guess I come off as like a robot.
I haven't experienced either one of you guys as robots yet, but that could change.
Well, 100110.
This session is no longer being recorded.
I'm sorry, I did not compute that.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll send you an HTML link. Don't worry about it.
I find that when I'm in this situation, because I can't see you guys, I'm more bubbly. But if I was if we were in the same room together, I would be, there's a better chance that you would describe me as more robotic-like, if that makes sense. But as long as I can't see the person I'm talking to, I'm like energy levels quite high and just babbling like a crazy person.
That's a trip.
I think that's one of the symptoms of being forced to go witnessing, right?
Could be.
Right. Now, I'm sorry, Linda, but I've known Bob for a little bit. Bob, are you in Queensland?
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay, continue.
No, you're right. That was all I wanted to say anyway. Yeah, I'm in Queensland.
Yeah,
hot here at the moment.
I used to be popular on the internet playing War Thunder, and I had a lot of people from Australia, and we would talk about religion too, so I know all about, not all about it, but, I guess all the religious stuff that happens in Queensland, and, it's just, it's super divisive. I mean, and I watch these Jehovah's Witness videos of, the government coming after them and kicking down the door, and like people not coming because they're like, oh, they don't want to be with us, and it's like just a persecution mentality. It is kind of natural with Christianity.
that was such a big part of me growing up, was being persecuted and making sure that I was persecuted. Weirdly,
Same here.
a lot of my persecution was by choice, which is so stupid.
Yes, sir. It basically stunts your emotional and social growth, especially because like the school system's just aren't set up to help people like that. They really aren't.
Mm-hmm.
The teachers unqualified. I mean, I had a biology.
Oh no.
But it was like I knew more about evolution than her. Like we had a debate, and like I wrote like I was the only class that won the evolution side, just because it's like, you know, the other argument was the Bible says so, you're going to hell. And yet that
yeah, that's not a super hard one to argue.
Yeah, not really. I mean, trust me, if we had a video active, I could show you guys I'm a monkey.
Now, did I read somewhere that you are going to be doing some of your own live chats or videos on your channel, Wesley? What,
yeah,
Weston?
Whenever I become a little, well, I'm in a 35-foot camper right now, but when I get my trailer house, I'll have my studio set up and stuff, and I'm making a response video to this one channel just because there's such asinine stuff. But yeah, I have my own brand already.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's not normal TV. NORMAL TV. It has like upper and lowercase, like capital N, lowercase O. You know, I thought it was pretty slick making it, but yeah, I'll be starting some more stuff, and I do have to go in about 7 minutes. I'm sorry, but
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah,
well, let me know when you get your channel up and going because I'm looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I do have 2 videos up right now, and I have a bunch more on my hard drive, but I mean, I streamed art. I mean, I did 24-hour like gaming streams. I did 12-hour art streams. I mean, the video I have up is of me in like a green screen suit, and one of my followers came in, and he couldn't see me, but he could see me making art shit. And then I turned off the filter on OBS, and it's just like me in a green screen suit. Working on art. I'm like, now do you see me?
That's hilarious. You don't just have a green screen, you have a green screen suit. See, that's dedication right there.
Green man.
Yeah.
Would this
when
would your channel be what would the name of your channel be?
Can you write it in the chat, please?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to go, I mean, don't expect like a bunch like, you know, going on here soon.
I'm expecting full production, movie quality, CGI.
Yeah. I mean,
and a man in a green suit.
But see, if we chose to subscribe to it now, then when you put a few things up later, then we'll get notifications.
Oh yeah, and I definitely appreciate it. I mean, I got some kind of cool stuff coming, like wrestling alligators in southeastern Oklahoma, showing me doing that. I mean, I love Steve Irwin, and I've seen him do it, so how hard can it be? And then I used to go and do like it wasn't just me. I was involved with a group that would like, you know, kind of put or do investigations into a certain kind of crime that happens on the internet.
Okay.
We would meet up with.
What sort of jewelry do you make?
Oh, all different kinds. I mean, I've made copper wire. I've soldered stuff. You know,
That's cool. I also enjoy making jewelry.
Yeah. I mean, it's common for hominids to do that. I mean, if you go back, like, fuck, I think, let's see here, maybe, I can't remember when fuck, Neanderthals were making flutes and shit out of bones. I mean, that's art. You know.
Yes, they were. I think Linda enjoys making jewelry at the moment too, right, Linda?
I do. Yes.
How's that resin going?
Going good. Yeah. I'm loving it. I'm loving every minute of it. I'm learning what I can put in it and what I cannot.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Once I get my shop, like, you know, I'll have this CNC factory and I'll be able to make some cats, make art and stuff, master murals and small stuff. I like Roman art like that. I do plan on expanding. Like, I want to be able to have like a streaming shop, you know, where, you know, we have the camera and it's just, you know, we're building or working or something, you know, and doing blacksmithing, trying crafts. I mean, I literally filmed myself learning how to do things. So for 12 hours, I was just like, you know, sitting there drilling into a bracelet to start weaving copper wire into it, copper wire braid and stuff, and, you know.
Are you doing that now?
No, I stopped doing a lot. I mean, I had just gotten injured. I was still injured at that time, so I had a lot of free time on my hands. But now I'm just, you know, just really studying more than anything, trying to. Because I was kind of taught, like, you know, don't worry about money, don't worry about tomorrow, all that stuff, and it's like, no. Yeah, really need to. Many people. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. You letting me come in and talk. Hopefully I'll email out to Rick where I can become a moderator, because I'm definitely the kind of person to do that on my first go around.
Yeah, let him know. Offer that to him. Sometimes he takes people up on it, and sometimes he just doesn't. So don't take it personally. But it just depends on what mood he's in.
Yeah.
I hope you understood what I was talking about when I said about when you said you came in and said they couldn't hear Linda. I hope you understood the explanation I was giving.
Yeah, you weren't the only one frustrated that night, but
okay.
No, you were great. Yeah.
And I just wanted to say thank you to you, because thank you. You really didn't hear me, and you called in and went, "We're not hearing Linda." And where you were at and where I was at, it made perfect sense. But then when I went over to the link that Rick started me on, we could actually hear everything, including you coming in and saying, "We can't hear Linda."
Yeah, there was a bunch of us. There was a bunch of us stuck on the earlier stream.
That's what it was, the earlier stream. That was just, it's a real easy mistake to make, too.
Sometimes. Yeah, it's confusing sometimes when he starts and stops. You've got to go back to his channel, go back to the live, like find the new live stream to go on and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That took me a bit to work out as well.
Exactly.
On that video, but yeah, I mean, there is nobody in you saying like, no, it's just like, all right. I mean, I learned not to call in if there's an audio problem anymore, you know.
Okay.
No,
I'm just saying you heard exactly what you heard, and you reported on exactly what needed to be reported on. It was just a misunderstanding of placement.
Also, the way that Rick sometimes explains things, it sounds like you're in trouble when you're not.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That makes sense. Like, I hear that sometimes. Like, because quite often I've heard the show, Linda comes on maybe 1 or 2 minutes late, and he starts saying stuff, and it's like, that sounds like, he goes, I'm not annoyed, I'm just explaining. And in my mind,
right.
oh, you definitely sound annoyed. That sounds like you're annoyed, man.
Right?
You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I gotta go.
Thank you for showing up, hon.
Thank you, Weston.
Bye-bye. And I've got 5 hours that I've been on. And do you have anything on your mind that you want to talk about, Brad?
No, I'm all right. Oh, I'm okay.
Okay.
Been a great
I
show,
love.
though.
Wasn't it fun? I was really pleased with tonight. I love it when shows like this flow into conversation of this and then that and then this and then that, and it worked out well. So I really appreciate hearing your voice every week. I appreciate hearing from Mary and Christopher, and I don't remember who else was on the line that called in, but it was really
Dan, Big Dan.
okay.
Big Dan, Big Dave, Big Dave, Big Dan, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, Big Dave. Thank you. I'm so glad you
Dave,
reminded me of him.
Dave,
Yeah. So he's not an XJW, but is married to a practicing Jehovah's Witness now, and it was nice. It was nice. Somebody had called in. Carrie called in and asked him how long he'd been married, and it's going to be 36 years this December, which is next month. And they watch the grandkids because they have a couple of grandkids from their oldest son. But yeah, Dave is an ally for us, and then we have Chad, who's also an ally for us, and I love our allies. They're good people. But I'm going to say good night. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, and your favorite apostate, which is an ethical way of brainwashing you. I had a very good time tonight, and I'm looking forward to next week. So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to take off and say good night.
Good night. Hey, Rick, just letting you know that the show's over, if you can hear.
Hi, I can hear you, Brad. Yep.
Oh, cheers.
Good. Thank you for coming in tonight. Yeah, shut it down. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No worries. Take care.